It's finals night here at the Modus Super Series at the end of a very special week which saw the Dutch dart star Marvin van Velzen produce a 9-dart finish. And Marvin has brought his army.
Series 8 Week 9 champion, Thomas Banks.
Easy peasy.
On the first.
Brooks back in this game.
It's on double 12. And Marvin van Velzen has produced a perfect leg here at the Super Series. Dutch delight.
A moment of excellence, and he knows how pivotal that could be.
The double 15, yes, that is the win for Joe Croft. The ball, oh wow, out of nowhere. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful by Barstow. Yeah, let's find out, shall we? Good evening and welcome along to the Modus Super Series finals night here, brought to you from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Thanks for watching. It's been another fantastic week. We've had some fantastic finals nights this series. Joining us to guide you through the action this evening, Glenn Durrant. It's been a great week, hasn't it? We should get a great finals.
Yeah, first of all, delighted to be here. It's been a week full of drama, I think, and that started from Group A, where it was difficult to separate the players. Marvin, he did really well in Group B, and Group C was one to remember, so very tight.
Absolutely, and it has been a landmark. This is a landmark week, isn't it? Luke Littler, of course, won the second of his back-to-back Super Series. This time last year, he tweeted about it, posted it on his social media earlier this week, something he's always remained very proud of.
Yeah, exactly that. He's never hidden the fact how much he likes the Modus Super Series and what it meant to him. It was the real start for him, maybe where he got his belief, and what an incredible 12 months and another fantastic day in the life of Luke Littler. So, just to be here, he'll never forget these moments and watch his reaction when the dart goes in here. I mean, he just, the realisation of what he's done again, 2 times Modus champion and a real legend here. Yeah,
that was Super Series 4 when Luke Littler took that second crown, beating Colin Osborne in the final. And as Glenn mentioned, it just meant everything to him. And he's kind of paved the way for other future stars to build on the success they have here on the Super Series. Another player that might be doing that is last week's winner, spookily, 17-year-old Thomas Banks.
Yeah, this week, this time last week, I was just getting ready, people watching the Modus Super Series now, and I watched the emergence of Thomas Banks. I've been following him, in some of the JDC, some of the ADC stuff, on the development tour, and it's that reaction. I know it's not all about me, but that was my reaction when I won Lakeside, fell to the floor, held your knee. So I just felt that moment with him. This was spectacular, and for me, the moment he had with Simon Adams as well, where they looked at the hands. It was an incredible week last week.
It certainly was last week, but let's focus on this week now and this night. They're looking to join Thomas Banks at Champions Week. Bradley Brooks, Marvin van Velzen, Nathan Girvan, Chaz Barstow, Adrian Gray, and Joe Croft. And it's been a week of unpredictability, Glenn. Do you think it is going to be a bit of a lottery tonight?
Maybe not lottery. I still think there's 2 or 3 people who stand out. I really like Marvin van Velzen. I think he's a character. I think the Modus Super Series is made for him. But the Saturday nights then brings in people like Chaz Barstow, who hasn't played well, Joe Croft, who hasn't played particularly well. They've got a higher ceiling with the crowd involved. Lots of family members there. I think it's wide open.
Absolutely. It's been a very, very interesting week. You've mentioned Marvin van Velzen there. Let's start by talking about him, because there have been some antics on that stage, not just with the darts. He's had the 9-darter, of course, but other opponents have been rubbed up the wrong way at times.
Apparently, in the players' area, he's bubbly. He's excitable. We had a player locally from Middlesbrough, and the occasion got to him as well. It's just he just wants to win, and I have absolutely no problem with that. And I tell you what, you can be a champion, and you need that part of you, that steely determination, not afraid to upset people, get into people's faces. But I'd recommend he stays away from Conan Whitehead. I was a bit shocked with that one.
Yeah, it's been a remarkable week for Marvin. The 9-darter, of course, the standout moment for him. He's always got that souvenir. But if he's got it as part of a winning week, then it's going to be extra special, isn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And, the two 180s. You're not thinking particularly the 9 right now, but that's the way that first out was sat there. And it's a great feeling roundabout now. You're walking back and you see the way you just look down and you know that the 7th dart, so many people go low on the first one, sweet. The next one can be a bit of a floater, and when that goes in, you see that double 12. He's dying to jump up and down because that's the character he is. But interestingly enough, even at that moment there, his first thoughts were, I want to win this match.
Yeah, and that after only just missing out in Group A earlier in the week. Van Velzen had the chance. He had a match to qualify for finals night in Group A, lost that game. Bradley Brooks then goes on to win that group.
And I'm not so sure, honestly, I think that was a blessing in disguise because Marvin can play 6 hours a day every day. You get the 2 days off when you win Group A, and Marvin will be a type of character, as you mentioned. What's he going to do with himself there? So, Bradley's got people around him this week. I think he spent time there, so he hasn't been lazy, but that's the type of darts that made him a World Youth Champion, and it's great to see the smile on the face of Bradley Brooks, and in the end, a deserved Group A winner.
The Group A table was interesting. We did see Bradley Brooks win that just by a couple of points, but more interesting, Glenn, the fact that Stefan Belmont and Conan Whitehead dropped into Group C.
Yeah, I expected more from Conan Whitehead. He absolutely loves being at the Modus Super Series, and I think I even bored on getting a little bit angry about Stefan Belmont this week because it was the biggest compliment I could give him. I think he disappointed, and I expected him to then bounce back. And the pair of them going into Group C then made that Group C a very, very interesting situation.
Certainly did, and then neither of those players getting out of it either. Joe Croft and Adrian Gray winning through in the end.
Yeah, and let's go back to Conan Whitehead. Day 1, played 5, won 4. Everything's rosy in the garden. Starts off with 102 average in this first game of the day. Loses. And then you could just see the belief and everything was sort of just evaporating from him. And we seen him sort of just fall apart on there. And he was really devastated. I was sharing some accommodation with him and he was off home. As soon as the competition was finished. And Stefan Belmont, like I said, I thought he was laboured at times. I think if he looks back, if he self-reflects, and it's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, confirmation of the Group C table then. Adrian Gray did manage to build on a good first day. Conan Whitehead didn't, so big sort of departures in that group from Belmont and Whitehead. Let's just focus on Joe Croft for a moment, though, because he was a man who played a week like he had the world on his shoulders. He's actually managed to make it through. Yeah,
he had a very passionate interview just to my right. He comes from that family, which, it's almost like I want to have my own pathway of success. He hasn't played well. He is playing well. I've been following him on the ADC circuit where he's doing really big things, and, I was really expecting more, but he got to Saturday night. And I just felt it's really important now that he doesn't focus on looking back. And his doubles were really poor this week. Different dynamic tonight. He could be a dangerous outsider.
We've already spoken about Marvin Van Velzen. He won Group B earlier this week. He ran away with it, didn't he, in that group in the end? But what a group it was. It went right down to the death for everybody else.
Day 1 was full of quality. 9 darters, 170s. Averages over 95 in every single game. Day 2, there was a little bit of nerves, of course, and there was a real fight at the end. We had a bizarre situation there. Harry Ward had played 3 and still could have qualified. It went right down to the death, and we sat with Chaz in here who realised he got away with one, but different to Joe Croft. He understands the fact that he's there now. He's been there and won on Saturdays, and he thinks, he's playing really well. But this shootout right at the end, and he found a way with his tops, got over the winning line, and delighted to see Chaz, in the final tonight.
Yep, and he's made a habit of being here. Quickly on Nathan Girvan, did he show enough for you that he could win this evening?
Yeah, he did, and I'm very surprised I'm saying that, but I thought he was excellent.
Let's have a look then, see who is in what group tonight. We informed Chaz Barstow, didn't we, live on air, that he was going to be in the same group as Marvin van Velzen, who he had backed as his biggest threat. But he's getting the chance to take him out early. Adrian Gray in Group 2 as well. Bradley Brooks, Nathan Girvan and Joe Croft in Group 1. Any thoughts on one being harder than the other?
Yeah, I mean, that Group 1 looks a little tougher. I think that's a massive game between Adrian Gray and Chaz Barstow in Group 2 is my feeling. But they all know each other. They've all come through the development tour, the challenge tour, here at the Modus Super Series. So there's a lot of head-to-heads we'll be talking about in comms as well. It's on the night.
Right, and I've got to give you massive credit because earlier this week, Monday, we sat here, Marvin van Velzen, you said out of nowhere, I thought that, maybe he was still a little bit tipsy from the night before when he said that. But the bookies now have Marvin van Velzen as the favourite to win Week 10 ahead of finals night. Glenn, you have sort of been vindicated in your pick, but can you see any other value there?
I mean, just look how tight that is. What a fantastic night, first of all, that's in store. Nothing really. You can throw a blanket over those odds there. Marvin has been the standout performer. Bradley Brooks will be thinking, what have I done wrong not to be favourite? But honestly, I've got a justification on any of them players to win tonight, and really so excited for it to start.
Right. Is it still Marvin van Velzen for you?
There's no point changing, but there's a real potential for a potential shock tonight. But yeah, Marvin van Velzen for me.
We're going to enjoy this, aren't we? Should be good.
I really am genuinely really excited for tonight. I've been sort of speaking with the players; they're really up for it. Good crowd in tonight. Yep, we're all pumped.
Well, let's get it underway then. The opening match of the evening, Bradley Brooks, who won Group A earlier in the week. He's taking on the ADC qualified Joe Croft, a man who has been talking about the point he feels he has to prove. The pair of them had a little chat with Phil Bars earlier tonight.
Joe, here we are, finals night at the Modus Super Series. It's been a bit of a roller coaster week for you. What's it been like to play in?
It's been horrible, if I'm honest. It's because I've shown nowhere near what I can actually do, but I dug in deep. I've managed to get here, unconvincingly again, but I'm here, so I've done it. I've ground out results when I needed to. I've fought back when I needed to, but yeah, I've sort of in my own head I've done myself justice, to be fair. So
after a disappointing Group A, you showed some real character in Group C, coming through a tough group. So can you take confidence out of that heading into this evening?
Oh, massively, yeah. I was in a completely different mindset yesterday. I was more determined. Like I said with the interview with Henry and Glenn, I was getting a lot of stuff online, and it kind of fired me up a little bit, Say what you want to me, don't bother me, but sometimes when you bring the family into it, it means a lot more, and, it makes you give that little bit of energy, a little bit of fight and a little bit more to go towards. So, yeah, I needed it.
Obviously, we know your family name is synonymous with darts, but I remember it's something you said at the UK Open about carving your own path and not living off the family name. Is that something that weighs on your mind at times then when you play?
Not really, no. It's what people seem to think of me, and I don't want that. I want to make my own name. Like I said, I don't want to be known as Ollie Croft's grandson, and that's the reason he got there. I want to be known as Joe Croft. So that's how I am, and that's how I want to be moving forward.
We know, obviously, you work and everything as well. What is the long-term aims for your aspirations in the sport then?
Play as long as I can and see where it goes. I've got ambitions, don't get me wrong, but I've got realistic targets that I'm hitting every single year, and they are getting a bit higher up, but I'm still hitting them. So I think personally, I'm going in the right direction. I'm not stressing about it. It happens if it happens, and it will take its time. And if it doesn't, it happens quick like it has in the last 2 years. Then, yeah, it's part of it.
Well, Joe, wish you all the very best ahead of finals night.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Bradley, finals night, somewhere where you're used to here at the Super Series. Excited for this evening?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, looking forward to it. It's a tough couple of, like I say, there's tough players in this. But having the 2 days off, I feel fresh and looking forward to it.
I say, winning Group A, how much confidence did you get from that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, like I said, I still don't think I played as well as I could. I still think I was missing a few, messing about with finishes and lost a few games I shouldn't. But like I said, winning Group A, it was nice. Confidence boost, and obviously getting the 2 days off is massive as well.
People underestimate how tough this place can be. So to recharge those batteries, is that huge, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a massive advantage for me. Like you say, especially for people like Nathan and Chaz, who was playing early hours this morning, so they've come back and play tonight. But yeah, like you said, I just took it easy for 2 days off, so I'm ready to go.
We've seen some real eye-catchy moments from you. Like you say, maybe not as consistent as you'd like to be, but do you think those eye-catchy moments can win you this evening?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think in patches I have been probably like really good, and like people, I don't think people got near me at times in Group A. So if I can just bring that out a little bit more, I can't see why I can't lift the trophy tonight.
Who do you think your biggest rival is this evening for that trophy then?
Oh, I'll go Marvin probably. Yeah, I'd say Marvin. I think he's playing well, and obviously he's not the easiest player to play against either.
Yeah, he's a bit of a chatterbox in that, isn't he?
He is backstage, yeah, he is. He loves to chat. But he's all right. I get on with him.
Yeah, look, we know you've got unfinished business at Champions Week. How much would it mean to get back there?
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, I do really want to go back because I was quite disheartened with my Group P campaign at Champions Week. I thought I was poor. I think maybe I'll let the just missing out on Group A get to me a little bit. And it's quite challenging to then being so close to getting to Saturday night and then starting again from fresh. I struggled with that, but yeah, I definitely want to go back and put the stuff I did wrong right.
And look, the prize money is huge. What would that mean to you? Would that set you up for the rest of the year?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like you say, it's some people work all year and don't get that, so it is a lot of money. And obviously, I still say winning's more important to me. I'll enjoy winning, but the money is a good second.
Well, Bradley, wish you all the very best out of the
Cheers,
action.
mate. Thank you.
And that man, Bradley Brooks, looking to make it back-to-back Champions Week appearances. Bam Bam in action in the opening match, having won Group A earlier in the week. The boy from Blackburn, who said his motivation in winning that group was being able to watch his beloved Rovers yesterday, and they did the trick. They got a victory, 4-2. He'll be hoping for a similar kind of scoreline in his first match this evening against Joe Croft. But Brooks comes with plenty of credentials, including, of course, that 2020 World Youth Championship success in the PDC. Now 24, looking to kind of revitalise his career, maybe a step backwards to take more forwards. As for Joe Croft, well, what a moment this is for him. Back-to-back ADC titles earlier this year, and now he's made it to finals night here at the Modus Super Series. Takes on a man who he played in Group A, lost all 3 games to Brooks earlier this week, looking to change that with the one that really matters on Saturday night. And your big match commentary team this evening are Phil Bars and Glenn Durrant.
It's Bradley to throw first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph, and good evening to everybody. And strap yourself in, because I believe we've got 6 players who really have a superb chance of winning. There's hardly been anything to separate these players this week. Bradley Brooks, who's just retrieving a dart, was the Group A winner. He does have a fantastic head-to-head record over this man in your picture, Joe Croft.
180.
What a way to start. Joe Croft has a big following tonight as well. And during those games, Bradley Brooks looked really, really proficient in what he wanted to do. He hasn't come into this competition in the best of form, which is slightly different to Joe Croft. He's doing some really good things on the Challenge Tour, but in particular on the ADC as well, and recently beat Bradley Brooks, going on to win a really big tournament in Middlesbrough for the ADC Nationals as well. So he knows how to beat Bradley. But Phil Bars, this could be tight.
Yeah, completely agree, Glenn. I think for the first time in a while that we've got 6 players that are all capable of winning this evening. Perhaps that hasn't happened too often in recent weeks. There's been a clear favourite. But tonight, I'm excited to see how this develops, because you can make a case for all of them. They've all got pluses. They've all got weaknesses as well. And it's about putting those weaknesses to one side as Croft looks to get off to a champagne finish as he misses the ball for a 170.
180 start and a very nearly a 170 finish already. His demeanour, Phil, just looks so different. But these are the types of finishes that could be crucial. Treble 18 will be the dart. You can just see by his reaction there. That was a well-thrown dart with little reward.
It's going to be 2 at double 16 to break in the opener. And it is 1-0 to Joe Croft. And it's interesting. He struggled this week, especially on the outer ring. But The dynamic
Second leg,
changes
it's
here
Joe
at the
to throw
Super Series
first.
on a Saturday
Game
night
on.
with the fans, the electric atmosphere here, and maybe, just maybe, this is Joe Croft's stage because he looks a completely different player right now.
140.
Well, if you've been with us all week, then thank you very, very much. And as Phil sort of alluded to there, the Achilles heel for Joe Croft was his doubles. Outstanding again from Bradley Brooks. What a way to start the night. I was really genuinely excited about tonight. And what a way to start from the pair of these two. Great bounce back there from Bradley Brooks. Starts with a 180.
Yeah, they are putting on a show for us in game number 1. They're setting the bar to a high standard that everyone else is going to have to hit.
I think, Phil, if I'd have been in the corner of this man in your picture, you know, one, it's a different dynamic tonight. It feels more of a like a knockout, despite the fact that, you know, it's a round robin start. It feels different. The crowd are in, and like I said, he was very emotional, very. You know, he was concentrated, maybe just too much on what other people were saying about him, and I just had this feeling, because going into it, he's playing really nicely, and yeah, good things can happen to Joe Croft in the future.
Yeah, well, it's interesting when you speak to Neil Duff, a man that has mastered this stage on many occasions. He says you can't win this Monday to Friday. It is all about just getting to Saturday night. Nothing else matters, and then it's game face on.
Well, putting on a show until these 3 darts.
21.
Again, that
Joey
first
required
dart, you could see him looking, the
149.
grip wasn't right. And then to offset that, the bounce out to come. Advantage Croft early in this game.
57. Bradley require 100.
Yeah, it leaves 92 unless Bradley Brooks can find an absolute roof raiser. And you can see the noise. That has literally clattered off the wire, Glenn. Metal on metal, though. That noise, you can't mistake it.
80.
He is one of those guys where the dart doesn't go in with
92.
real aplomb. You can see the way the dart's going. 72 points left. That leaves double 12.
68. Bradley require 84.
And Bradley Brooks, you sense early in this game, Phil, this has to go.
Yeah, cannot go 2-0 down. And he's going to get a dart at the ball to break straight back. And that is outstanding from Bradley Brooks. You can see it there. He knows how big that was. The emotion, the outpouring, the celebration from Bam Bam. And we are level.
Game on.
Yeah, let's just have a look at the mindset a little bit of Bradley Brooks going into that one. He's had 2 bounce outs. His opponent's playing so much better than he was against him during this week.
134.
When you look at that tiny red carpet in the middle of that bullseye there, that was the dart of the match so far.
100.
Yeah, Croft was poised for 2-0. But Bradley, not on my watch.
57.
So I really like the Joe
85.
Croft throw. It's very rhythmical and just easy on the eye.
Yeah, it's mesmeric, isn't it? It's the repetition of the throw. It's something I've really
78.
enjoyed. In fact, I was scratching my head at times when he was drifting into the 5s and the 1s. I think the biggest problem for Joe Croft going into the future is just getting his mindset right.
55.
And I'm a big fan of that throw. Surprised to find out that Bradley's been working on his throw, because what is
85.
dangerous is when you get up there and you start thinking that could make the game get really difficult. But finally poised.
81. Bradley require 147.
So Croft not on a finish. Brooks has 6. He may only need 3 at this. Double 18 would have been
111.
an outstanding finish, but professional miss, Glenn. He's missed on the outside, which is the important thing on that.
His first dart of this leg. If you said to him you're going to get 3 darts at a double to see it out,
Bradley require 36.
you take it. So no disappointment from missing that. He'd be expect to get this perfect first dart. Use that as a guide. That is unlucky.
18. Joey require 95.
This could be a tide turner. 92 left. That's in the 3. Can't find the treble 20, so Brooks will return.
35. Bradley require 80.
I think he'll go direct for the double 9, but it's not the favourite finish for a dart player because now there's the concern of hitting the big number. His third bounce out with this match.
No score. Joey requires
I'll get your thoughts
60.
on that one in particular after this, Glenn, because Croft has a chance to lead again. It's not there, mate, so one more at double 10. And Croft leads once again, composed himself, and then hit. Want to go back to the Brooks start there at double 9. It looked as if it clipped the flight on the way through. And Bradley uses these moulded flights like a lot of players do now. That's why they're so unforgiving.
Yeah, I'm not the way the darts are going in for Bradley this week. It's
70.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan right now. Like I said, I'm a fan of Bradley. Everything I like about the throw is that he has really long arms, and when when he's really extending their arm,
96.
like you said, a term you used is easy on the eye. But I just sense that the rhythm of this man. I mean, every dart he throws is the same, and that's a sound foundation, a will to build.
Yeah, 3 legs, 3 breaks of throw so far.
67.
Joe Croft would just be thinking, give me a routine holder throw. No drama.
It's been incredible how much we've been
83.
talking this week about the fact that if he could just get his doubles sorted, and that's the difference so far. Bradley Brooks 1 from 8 on the outer ring. Joe Croft 50%, 2 from 4.
$99.
Yeah, he's battling with himself, isn't he, Bradley, right now? These are good moments for Joe Croft. If you can hit him hard here with a setup play.
Yeah, you can just see Bradley fighting with his own emotions right now.
57.
Has not settled at all in game number 1.
It's unforgiving. Great crowd, by the way, just right over the shoulder of Joe Croft.
58.
You'll see
Joey require
there's his family right there,
151.
right on the edge there. He'll be able to hear you. Come on, Joe.
85.
It's a big last start there from Joe Croft. Leaves 66. How much pressure can Bradley Brooks apply? Could do with another treble.
99.
I thought that was a sensible
Joey
play.
requires
Just missed the
66.
execution of the middle of the board. The doubles have been good, but it's sacrilegious. You cannot miss the big number, Joe. And Bradley Brooks, who's been fighting with himself. That was a big opportunity there for Joe Croft. Will he rue that?
34.
Yeah,
Bradley
for a 4th
require
break of throw
82.
in a row. We'll probably go ball first. Play the percentages. Ball will leave double 16. He's missed the target, but still gets an opportunity. This time he can't find the ball,
57.
Glenn.
Fabulous
Joey
effort, by the way.
32.
That was a well-thrown dart. We've waxed lyrical about his doubles. Biggest start of the match.
16. Bradley requires
He's not up to
25.
it. So Brooks comes back at 25 for 2 apiece. Double 12. And we are level once again.
Bradley Brooks.
4 legs, 4 breaks of throw. As the pair
Gets Bradley to
just try and
throw
compose themselves, Glenn. You just feel that
Game on.
whichever one can find that little bit of composure will go on and take the points in this one.
Yeah, 2 players where composure hasn't been their greatest asset this week. And even though you hit the double there, Bradley, I don't know if you noticed, he walked to the octagon with a
60.
shake of the head. I'm a big believer about this. Don't put any negativity into the subconscious. Try and remain positive throughout. Show your opponent you are happy with the double.
60.
But nothing to separate. 2-2, 4-4-1. This really is game on.
Yeah, up in the commentary box, we have a wonderful view looking over
60.
the live lounge here in Portsmouth. We've got people up on the balcony. It's just a hot ticket right now.
100.
Just puts him 40 points ahead. Yet to find a treble in this leg, Bradley.
60.
And I just sense that that last start there, he had to really throw.
40.
This time it's Croft with a bounce out.
139.
Well, this match started fantastically well. The 180 opener for Joe Croft. But missed doubles and
96.
missed opportunities is the theme right now. Forget the averages in this game. The 2 points are fundamental. And that's a point I want to make there. He's thrown the perfect treble 20, but he's afraid to go back to the treble 20 because it's not sat right. And in the future, I think that needs to be addressed.
133.
Is that down to the setup of his dart?
He throws very light. He caresses the dart. You know,
60.
and I've
Bradley
said all week,
requires
there's just something
49.
not correct. But he's given himself opportunities.
Game shown the fifth
And that is
lap.
absolutely fantastic
Bradley
because he's been
Brooks.
through the mill a little bit in this game. Bradley goes into the match as the favourite. He's had a couple of
Severe
bounce
Jones to
outs.
throw
He's seen Joe
first.
Croft find the
Game
doubles
on.
early in the match. And fair play to that man in your picture. He's bounced back. And could he did promise me a 4-2 win in the first game, just like his beloved
58.
Blackburn last night.
Yeah, as well. He's even got his lucky Blackburn socks on, he said, when I caught a word with him earlier.
58.
You know, we start looking at experience on a Saturday night. You know, it's different. And Bradley Brooks, Series 7, he was a weekly winner there. And as you mentioned in that
60.
interview with you, disappointed in Champions Week. He wants to put a couple of wrongs right. And a win here gives him an opportunity. First game of the night, really important.
134.
And all of a sudden, he's the one striding away.
$81.
All of a sudden, the wheels have come off for Joe Croft here.
Yes, the balcony is rammed, Phil.
1, 2, 3, 4. No, sorry.
That was the Joe Croft of this week, that lateral drift into the 5.
28.
And Bradley didn't watch it. I can see him looking down now. So Bradley's thinking, after that low score, here is my opportunity. Gives himself a couple of seconds. And once again, that is the perfect dart.
83.
That's been my issue. I don't hate being too critical of a young player striving for excellence in the game.
140.
If he does watch it back, that's my one issue. But a chance for Brooks.
Now going to get the opportunity to set this up, which he has done.
134.
Leaves tops unless Croft can produce something special. And is going to get a dart. Oh, what an effort that was from Joe Croft.
Bradley
But Brooks coming back to seal the deal.
40.
Once again, using the same strategy. Just taking his time. He understands the situation. 3 darts of the match. He knows how important to get up and running. There's his marker. Wire.
Oh, the deflection that takes.
So you require 32.
It's that wild. It's gone into the 1. And Croft gets a lifeline. Can he come off of that? No is the
No
answer. He
score.
passes up the opportunity.
Bradley
But because of the savage
39.
deflection, Brooks has got to burn a dart here. It's going to be 15. And he goes back to double 12. That area of the board that has been fruitful for him. But not this
27.
time.
Joey require 32.
Well, are the players feeling it today? Absolutely. That's what the game can do here. The highs, the lows. Joe Croft cannot believe his luck that he's come back there. What a lifeline. We already,
Seventh and
it's been
final
tight
leg
all
is
week. That was the
Bradley to throw
narrative going into
first.
tonight.
Game
And
on.
already we've got our first last leg shootout. And I'm pretty confident saying it won't be the last.
123.
Bradley will feel he should be off the stage. But he's not. He's embroiled in a last leg decider.
43.
There's tension on the stage. There's tension in the audience as well. Awful lot of friends and family here for these players. They are worth. You can see the nerves of the Croft family just
98.
over the shoulder there. It's so much easier when you're playing, Phil, that's for sure.
And all of a sudden, Bradley Brooks is carving more opportunities here. He's already missed multiple match starts. Will he get more?
58.
All you want in that situation is a one treble visit. So just the 100 behind and in.
100.
How tight. Enthralling, engrossing start to the night.
140.
And he was thinking of the centre of the board. He was thinking of leaving 117. And almost last second went back to the top. He'll certainly start middle of the board.
36.
And nothing Croft can
Bradley
do.
Brooks,
6
82.
starts from 82.
Again, he's missed the target, Glenn, but this time he can just set this up. Doesn't need to take any risks. And another match start incoming for Bradley Brooks.
71.
And I question the choice there.
When you're on that 79 as well, I think you'd expect to hit the 19. I think he was planning tops.
95. Bradley
This can get
require
awkward.
11.
The big number's not as easy as you think, but it's in. It's double 4.
No score.
More match starts
Joey
have come,
McGuire,
and they have gone
102.
for Bradley Brooks. Is Joe Croft about to steal this? Has still got an out, but not now, so Brooks will return.
40. Bradley require 11.
How many chances do you want? Once again, he's given himself an opportunity. And when opportunity knocks this time, Bradley Brooks does find that winning double. It was a tale of missed opportunities for both players, but you can see the relief in the end for Bradley Brooks there. He'll get better tonight. And for Joe Croft, he started the game so well, didn't he? That Achilles heel has been his doubles. 3 from 12 that time for Joe. But look at Bradley Brooks. He'll have to smarten up on his doubles as well. A real nervy affair. But the favourite Bradley Brooks goes through. And speaking of favourites, Marvin van Velzen, he's up next against Chaz Barstow.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we saw Bradley Brooks kind of fall over the line in the end there against Joe Croft in the opening match of the night. That was in Group 1. Group 2 is our focus for the next game, and we're going to see Marvin van Velzen, the favourite, who's brought a Dutch army of support with him here to the live lounge. Hit a 9-darter earlier this week. His opponent in his opener is Chaz Barstow, his 8th appearance at finals night, a winner of a week here in Portsmouth before, and Phil Bars spoke to both earlier.
Chaz, welcome back to finals night here at the Modus Super Series. It's been a while, but how are you? And you excited to be back here?
It's been absolutely brilliant. I got a bit lucky last night to be here, but it's great to be at another Saturday night. I always enjoy it, and I'm looking forward to tonight.
Look, the road you've been on recently, this is quite a remarkable thing because you obviously had a massive major surgery. You didn't know how that was going to go, but to be back playing to the level must be pleasing. Really pleasing. I didn't know what to expect myself, obviously, and it's gone a lot better than expected. I feel great. And I'm ready to go. It's gone really well. Are you ahead of schedule where you were meant to be at the moment then? Yeah. I went back to work last week, which was 10 weeks after surgery, and they said 12 weeks. So I'm a little bit ahead of where I should be, so it's good. You've won many things, but what would it mean to book that place in Champions Week? It'd be absolutely awesome. I love the Modus setup. I love the series. Having won a week, it's great to win a week, and I'd love a chance to win Champions Week, so hopefully I'll get a chance. After the time off you had because of the surgery, were you worried that there'd be some rust in the game? Yeah, and I think, to be honest, there probably is a little bit, but there was always going to be. I kind of expected it. You've got to sort of ride that stuff out. I'm playing pretty good in myself, so I'm quite confident tonight. What's it going to take for you to win this evening? It's going to take probably better darts than I've thrown Thursday and Friday. I'm going to have to up it a little bit. I know that, but I know I've got it in the locker. I've played a few local things and I've had a bit of success, so I know I can up my game. Well, Chaz, wish you all the very best, buddy. Thank you, Phil. Marvin, welcome to finals night here at the Modus Super Series. It's been a roller coaster for a week. How are the emotions right now?
Yeah, relaxed, to be honest. I really want to play this evening. Yeah.
Win Group B, 9-darter, but is it still very much there's work to do?
Yeah, I already, when I hit the 9-darter, I was still thinking like winning the game. So just, doing business, that's what we have to do tonight also.
You've produced some really eye-catchy moments across the whole week, Group A as well. How do you transfer that form into this evening?
Just good preparation. Just, stay focused and... want to play my best and just enjoy the whole evening.
After missing out on Group A, was it important for you to win Group B, or was it just get to finals night, didn't matter how?
Yeah, it was. That's the most easiest thing of my game. I just want to win every game. But the main thing was getting through. And now, I'm happy that I'm through. But if you're winning Group B, that makes the feeling way better.
Every time you've been here, you've made big improvements. What would it mean to go that one step further now and win the week?
Yeah, it would be amazing. That's what I want. And hopefully we'll get there.
Have you visualised picking up that trophy yet?
Yeah, I did it already, to be honest. But you have to if you want to win it. So, I want to go to the stage as quick as possible and enjoy every moment of this evening.
Well, Marvin, wish you all the very best ahead of play.
Thank you.
Space here for Marvin.
Feedback from the chat because he really has turned it back on.
It's on. It's on. Double 12. And Marvin van Velzen has produced a perfect leg here at the Super Series. It is time for that man, magical Marvin van Velzen, who's had a magnificent week here at the Super Series. He hit that perfect leg, the Holy Grail, at the Live Lounge, and he's had a really successful time. He's brought an army of fans with him as well, over from the Netherlands to watch Marvin van Velzen. Some parallels with Jimmy van Schie, but his fans have travelled across the skies to come and watch their man try to follow in the footsteps of Van Ski and book his place at Champions Week. Charles Barstow stands in his way, the 45-year-old from Winchester who, having played MVG on the World Championship stage, plays MVV on the Live Lounge stage tonight. And talking you through the action is back to Glenn Durrant and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone. We're up here looking down, and the Marvin Van Velzen army is in full swing here at the Live Lounge. There they are, cheering on their man, and this could be a little bit loud, Glenn.
I mean, fair play to them to come over, but I mean, and I'm in Portsmouth. My geography's not great. It might not be so many hours, but that's been a real highlight for me to meet them earlier on. Just hear the decibels go up. I mean, not that he needs it anyway. Such a bubbly character is Marvin. I think he's irritated a few players this week because he's so bouncy backstage. I see it the opposite. I just think he's relishing the opportunity. I think he has that fine balance of, you know, showing all the skills and attributes to be a top player, but also just away from he's a character as well. And he wasn't afraid to get in the face of a couple of players this week.
No, I like that. Stand up to what you believe in and the type of person you are.
136.
Having a crowd come over can put added pressure on. You can get superstitious where, look, you're doing this on your own, you're winning games.
60.
But I just think with Marvin, and he looks very composed. I mean, he may shout and scream when he gets to a winning leg, but this is just the start he planned. When you're the favourite,
123.
the expectation sort of kicks in, but just what he wanted.
101. Marvin require 117.
For first blood here in this game, looking at 117. Trouble 19 does leave tops. And he pins it. Ton topper for Marvin Van Velzen. The army erupts. The favourite lead 1-0. Don't leave him hanging, Marvin.
Chaz to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 12 darter as well. We had that funny moment where we were interviewing Chaz Barstow in the early hours of this morning.
81.
And he was talking about potential winners, and he was sort of waxing lyrical about that man in your picture there. And then Chris Murphy just reminded him, or let him know for the first time, that his opening game tonight was against Marvin.
97.
We know you had your fan base up in the northeast, and the Teesside Massive used to travel with you. Was it extra pressure on you when they did travel?
60.
Yeah, in the early stages, yes. But then I sort of managed it. And like I said, I went to a European tour this year where Marvin won his opening game. It was a Friday afternoon when the crowd wasn't big and the Marvin army were loud. And then he put on a terrific performance the next day against Johnny Clayton. So I've met the army of his fans, and I just think they make him feel even better than he is, and that's a scary thought. But Chaz Barstow just beginning to find his range now.
Yeah, this has been a good reply from Barstow. 102 after 12. But that 102 is going to be under some pressure. As Van Velzen rifles in a 140 to leave 79.
So 87 points left, just taking his time. Very experienced, this Chaz. He is playing some local stuff. He is producing some good darts. He fancies his chances tonight. These are the types of finishers. He's been second best in this leg as Marvin, but he'll feel he's going to get at least a dart or a double. He has to stay straight in the 20. He's been here before.
39.
Those little pop finishes against the throw can be so key. But he passes up the opportunity and Barstow returns at tops. That's not really a marker. But he finds double 10. And by the sounds of it, Chaz has his own fan club in as well.
Well, Chaz always brings a lot of people, but my thought process was also the neutrals, maybe against the Marvin Army type thing. So, but what a start, a beautiful game. And remember, they have previously too, because when they met very, very early on Friday morning, Marvin Van Velzen hit a 9-darter against Chaz Barstow and was a comfortable winner last night as well. So Marvin will have fancied his chances, But the difference between the group stage at the Modus Super Series and a Saturday night, I think that has to be taken into consideration.
140.
Yeah, and of course Chaz lives in Winchester, not far from here, only about 25 minutes up the road, so local support will be with him. But it was interesting what he was saying about obviously having surgery and everything like that, and it's good to see him back straight in the groove.
Yeah, look at the difference between the average. The most important stat there is 1 leg apiece, but it's just a clear indication that Marvin is. He did have 109 average, the best average of the week so far.
Marvin,
So no early doubts, no early worries that he couldn't handle the situation tonight. He looks very composed, actually.
So they're going to be 19 or an 11.
81.
11 is the MO to leave tops. Barstow not even in the same neighbourhood, so can't apply pressure. So Van Velzen will return for a potential 2-1 lead.
Marvin, it require 40.
Yeah, it's looking like the case of Marvin's holding onto his throw very easily. 13 darter. The backup is 12 darter in leg 1. And Chaz just won that tight second leg. So still on throw for Chaz Barstow, but he is up against someone who looks like he's full of confidence. Dazzling start.
140.
Just not settled on this visit. Van Velzen just recomposing himself.
So the only parallel I can give, it's an intimate atmosphere here at the Modus Super Season. On a Saturday night, I mean, they're right on top of you there. You can hear everything, and I think it's really important for Marvin. If there was a voice there that was lingering, it's something that he's going to have to manage and deal with tonight, because he looks the strongest player, and don't let other things affect the darts.
140.
I just feel at times Marvin's a bit like, remember Gezi a couple of years ago when he was trying not to celebrate when it just wasn't his game, and Marvin just let a half a celebration out with that 140 and then almost stopped himself. Just be yourself.
120. Chaz, you require 127.
Really good leg of darts here from Chaz. Thoroughly enjoyed his interview last night. I thought he absolutely nailed it. He looks at treble 17.
57.
Potential 2-darter, but Marvin, you would expect pressure to come back.
60.
Not as much pressure as I thought would be applied. But Barstow, 2 at tops now for a level game, and that's exactly what he pins. Clinical from Barstow, level at 2 apiece. And he should be able to take confidence from that, because the leg before, he wasn't in the same neighbourhood, but he bossed that leg against Van Velzen.
So once again, the averages will show there that Marvin is winning his legs very comfortably. Chaz with a bit more pressure on us, but still around about that 105. But this is a testament of the fighting qualities of Chaz Barstow. He's looked second best in this game, but is he turning the screw now?
Yeah, the door is just ajar here early in this leg.
58.
Especially with the trebleless visit from Van Velzen. Now Barstow will be thinking at least 1 treble. Don't let him off the hook,
42.
but he has.
That was a big opportunity. Like I said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. I was beginning to conclude that. But I like that with Marvin. He did that a couple of times last night. He just sort of composed and took his time, and usually hit a big 140 score to back that up. This time it's just 95, but just takes control again.
$39.
And we said after a visit there was a glimmer for Barstow, not anymore. 2 trebleless visits have put pay to that, and Van Velzen back in control on his own throw.
100. $59.
3 trebleless visits, Glenn, have done the damage in that.
Yeah, just as he was beginning to get on top, the former Series 1 winner, remember the Series 6 winner. He knows how to win a Saturday night. Just Chaz Barstow. Marvin looking for his first. So it feels like it's a bit of an experience versus inexperience on that stage. Because Chaz Barstow was producing darts like that around about 2021-22.
requires 67.
It's Marvin first down to a finish. That type of finish again.
10 for Tops. Tops the lead once again. And he does. And this time we get the celebration.
Marvin van Velzen.
He couldn't hold it in this time. He goes back for another mini one as well. It is 3-2 to the Dutchman.
First. Game on.
I mean, the crowd are playing a great pad. Look at the doubles averages there. I mean, it's had a bit of everything this game. I was just wondering if for Chaz Barstow, if that reaction from Marvin has riled up Chaz Barstow. He comes across as a very nice character. But as I mentioned, just at the end of that game there, Chaz Barstow, around about 2021, Phil, I thought it was the next big thing.
Yeah, I agree. I remember that he pushed MVG at Ali Pali. Went there through the Challenge Tour.
93.
Yeah, a few quarterfinals at the Players' Championships as well. That year, successful at the Challenge Tour, will give himself opportunities on the Players' Championship. I think that's where he wants to be. You just sense the tension there.
But again, another good performance on his own throw. It's very James Wade-like, where hard to beat on his own throw, but not really made an impact yet on the Van Velzen throw.
140. Chaz require 107.
Just a reminder that he's still here. The first game went the distance. We've seen a couple of 170s this week.
That dart never really looked set in his hand, in my opinion. We had a great shot down the pipe there, and dart 2 never looked composed in the hand.
He looks very free-flowing, does Marvin.
99.
It's a real determination I haven't always seen this week. Why does that always happen?
Too good, Chaz, too good. But we are level. And he gives it one as well. Just like game number 1, we are going the distance.
3-3, 5-0-1, 3 from 5 on the outer ring, the pair of them.
Game on.
Yes, there's a big difference in the averages still. But for the second game running of the second game of the night, we are going the distance.
Yeah, and
100.
apart from Chaz's first leg on his darts, the other ones have all been fairly dominant from both players. Van Velzen will be hoping it's the same here.
He hasn't shown a lot of tension in those shoulders of Marvin just yet, but Chaz is just reminding him he's still there. And when you start going low on the treble,
96.
that could be a sign, but it ticks an awful lot of boxes for me, does Marvin Van Velzen, in a stunning last start again.
Barstow needs another treble here. A ton's not enough.
100.
And his face says it all. He knows that as well.
Doesn't need to start the 19s, but players do on the 265. And that's the reason he has.
100.
Leaves the champagne 1-3-2.
Van Velzen is going to get a go. Can he pop the cork here at the Live Lounge?
100.
Doesn't need to start in the bolt. Sensible player with just to start on the 20s still. He's gone exactly that. Big 12.
92.
Super dart, super performance.
All Barstow can do is apply pressure. And he has applied pressure, but Van Velzen coming back for tops.
40.
And the favourite for the night to win it. Again, just recompose yourself.
He's deep in thought there, but is it too long he's taken? Is it too long? It's tops. What a player. What a performance. Marvin Van Velzen. So many questions were asked in that game, and he had the answers. And the Marvin Army, they're going absolutely crazy here. at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Exactly the type of performance. Yes, he celebrated, but at the same time, a big shake of the hands of Chaz Barstow, always magnanimous in defeat. What a game. Look at those numbers. That is championship winning. He is a big favourite going into it with average of 99.87. Superb on the outer ring, the 117, but tops with the last start is exactly what the favourite needed. He moves on to 2 points as we move on to game 3. It's the return of Joe Croft against Nathan Girvan.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the home of the Modus Super Series, where on this Week 10 finals night we've had a couple of close encounters already. Both the opening games going the distance. Marvin van Velzen getting the better of Chaz Barstow before the break. That after Bradley Brooks had beaten Joe Croft, who's back in action in this next game and needs to get a victory to keep alive his hopes of making it through to the semi-finals. His opponent in this one, Scotland's Nathan Girvan, the former World Youth finalist, and Phil Bars had a chat with Nathan earlier tonight.
Nathan, here we are. It's another finals night for yourself. How would you assess your Group B campaign?
I'll take it. I'm in finals night. A few games. Chuffed with my performance. The first one on Thursday against Marvin. A little bit of needle is what it is, but you get that in darts. But yeah, no, he played well. I had 110 or something. I had a 99 or 100. So yeah, certain games. I think over the past two nights, there's been one game each night where I'm a little bit disappointed. Not played my best, but I'm through and I finished second. So that's all I can ask for.
Look, we all know the ceiling that you have, but is it fair to say consistency has been the issue over the last 18 months?
Yeah, I'd say you've summed that up quite well, yeah. I think it's probably just not playing enough darts. At the time where it was in Southampton and I won the week, I was playing, getting called up for pro tours. There was a lot of development tours round about at the same time. There was local stuff. I was playing a lot of darts and I was playing well, so Yeah, no, life at the minute, life's good. Back to normal. Just living the dream again. It's good to be back here all the time. So, yeah, we're taking baby steps again, and we're getting there.
Have you almost had to rebuild your game and confidence all at the same time then, from what you're saying there?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, the challenge tour this year hasn't gone to plan. You know yourself how hard the challenge tour is. You see some of the players. Wesley plays here. Bolton, all them are down here. The darts they're throwing is up there with the best of the bunch. But no, yeah, I think probably the confidence is the main one, because like I say, when I was playing all the pro tours and stuff, the confidence was there. The game was there. But yeah, it's just finding that again, and we're back and feeling wicked, so it's all good.
Well, look, this evening it's going to be a massive achievement if you can win it. Who do you see as the biggest rival for you this evening?
Probably myself, to be honest. I know if I play my game and can get that consistency, like we say, that I know I can play. I think it's just myself I need to worry about. But I was saying last night to Chaz, I said, looking at the group, it's been a tough week. The players, it's a tough week, and it's hard to call from the get go. I said, but the one that I need to worry about was Chaz. I think just every time we play, it's either a really, really good game and it's close, or he seems to get the better of me quite a distance. So I said Chaz is probably the one, but he's not in my grip. I don't need to worry about him, and I just got to face what's in front of me at the time.
Wish you all the very best, Nathan. Thanks very much.
Top man.
And a place at Champions Week up for grabs as well for the winner of this finals night. Nathan Girvan getting his campaign underway. And as he mentioned, there's been some fiery fireworks on that stage this week. Not with Joe Croft, hasn't run into him yet. That was with Marvin van Velzen, who we saw in the previous game, win 4-3. Croft, though, here having lost 4-3 in his opening match. Well, he needs to get a victory in this one. And Nathan Girvan, if he wins, that will eliminate Croft and take him through along with Bradley Brooks. Croft can go through at the end of this match, by the way, if he can restrict Nathan Girvan to 2 legs. So winner 4-2 or better would put Croft through. Hope that explains everything so that Phil Bars and Glenn Durrant have the easy job.
Well, we'll give it a go, Murph. We'll give it a go.
It's Joe to throw
But first time we've seen Nathan Girvan
Game
here
on.
this evening, and I'm looking forward to this, Glenn. He's a maverick talent, this youngster. When he gets it right, we see big numbers. But as he alluded to in the interview, consistency hasn't been there.
140.
He's been good this week, and that surprised me a little bit. He did talk about his games at the Challenge Tour, and has only got into the top last 32 and into the money once this year. But on the development tour, he's produced some really good games. But I thought he's excelled in Group B. I think there has been a change. He seems to be, just at the beginning when he's holding the data, that seems to be a little bit different. But Nathan Girvan is someone I go back all the way to the Finders Masters, part of the Alan Suter, Arbroath young players that did so well. So I always sort of look out for Nathan and was delighted to see him playing well again.
Yeah, we've seen him post 60. Huge numbers here in Portsmouth. He'll be looking to lay down a marker and just let everyone know it's not all about Marvin van Velzen.
There's the Croft family. They'll be feeling, because they know for Joe Croft is the first player now who, if he loses this game, he is out.
120. Joey
So he just want that just at the back of the man. He just has to focus on what he needs to do. He's going to leave himself pretty. 57 points left.
But an early break
78.
opportunity for Girvan.
Nathan, you require 81.
19s or 15s. What's his chosen MO? 12 would have left the ball, but the
41.
cardinal sin, he's missed a big
40.
number.
There was something to the detriment of Joe Croft in his first game by missing a big 16 and drifting into 7. This time it's roles reversed on Nathan Girvan. You could see how he felt about that, the way he threw that last start. So good start for Croft, just like it was in his opening game tonight. Can he see this one through now?
57. $45.
And remember, Croft, a 4-2 win or better will go through. And say to Bradley Brooks and Nathan Girvan, you shoot it out between yourselves.
$96.
Yeah, I don't come here very often now, but a 9-dart shootout is always on the equation as well. But not that any of the players would like that. Seen a penalty shootout the Charity Shield today, didn't we?
Players might not like it, but we'd love it.
43. $56.
It feels like he's chasing that dart for Nathan. That's the only thing. Whereas, like I say, Joe Crop's so smooth. Something just sort
Ladies
of...
and gentlemen, can you make sure you don't shout out when the players are throwing? Please don't shout out when the players are throwing.
Or in other words, don't mess with a referee.
Mind you, he sounded a little bit croaky there himself.
43.
Anyone think he went to watch Colchester United today?
140.
That camera angle of the referee is a long way away. He's not really 3'8".
3'10".
95, making you require 56.
Excellent response here from Girvan. A nervy little look at Joe Croft's score there.
46.
That was a panic glance to the scoreboard.
He probably has that hatred that I have a double 10 as well, but what's even worse is the double 5, and that's what he's left with now.
59.
I'll be surprised without a leg on the board if he splits.
Game shown the second leg.
What were you worried about?
Nathan Girvan.
No panic there. Pins it first start. Little celebration from Girvan. Level at one apiece.
Joe to throw first. 60.
2 matches. 2 4-3s already, Phil. And not a lot to separate these two at the moment.
No, well, you and I were having this conversation
80.
before we went live that we could make a case for all 6, and there wasn't a lot between them. That we genuinely thought it would be 2 closely contested groups. And
140.
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, looking at the stats of the week, Nathan Girvan dominates between the numbers
57.
between himself and Joe Croft, but Joe did go through a period in Group A where just nothing was going right for him. He could barely see out a leg, and that affected his numbers for the rest of the week. But he got through an incredible Group C, whereas Nathan Girvan, late last night, just put the accelerator pedal
96.
on and put himself into a clear second place.
Game and a half into watching Joe
95.
this evening. I like it when he plays with just a little bit more pace in that throw. Sometimes he slows it down a little bit. I just think it's better for him just that little bit quicker.
128, Joe, you're like 106.
Yeah, he's got a throw that I really like. It's very simple. Now it's just finding the rhythm. He can't see it out here, but he can leave it pretty. 68 points left.
58.
Gives himself a
Now you
2-darter.
140.
Unless Girvan can produce another. I'll come back to that in a second, Glenn.
Yeah, well, you talk to someone old school, so you might know the answer. Big number. No such problem this time for Croft. This is awkward, though. Didn't move.
16.
Surprised he didn't move. I think he felt he could see enough of that double 16.
40.
And the problems on the outer ring continue to affect Joe Croft.
Girvan comes back looking at tops for a break or throw. And it is. Girvan leads. He knows
Nathan Girvan.
that could be a pivotal moment in this match. Although he's gotten away with his decisions in this game,
It's Nathan
on the 140 finish, when you've got
Game
dart
on.
1 sat up in the treble 20 like that, why are you not following it?
Yeah, I think your mind's trained these days. When you've got 2 darts in your hand and you're on 80, I think you automatically think tops. And sometimes in split-second
45.
decisions, you probably don't always make the right decisions. And we can sit here where we're nice and comfortable and follow that treble 20. But it's training your mind,
59.
training your brain. And I just think he thought 80, 2 darts, that equals top stops.
57.
Croft looking to fight back here. Remember,
41.
he has to win this game. He lost his opener 4-3 to Bradley Brooks. So this puts him at the point of no return. Has to win to keep his hopes alive.
43.
Big chance there for Girvan, wasn't it? That's a mighty fine shirt he's got there in the red, let me just add.
59.
You were always partial, weren't you, to a bit of red and white?
Certainly was, but that's a real retro Middlesbrough Football Club shirt. So I demand the production team and the camera get a real close-up of that mighty fine specimen. And up the butter, by the way. Little 1-0 victory today. Get in there.
140.
I'm disappointed. I thought we were going to get something at the end of that phrase. Never
mind shirt. That's exactly what Joe Croft needed right then. He's a classy operator, is Joe Croft. Hasn't.
46.
What a shirt. This is good stuff all of a sudden from Croft. Centre of the board.
87.
That'll frustrate. Yes!
Nathan, you require 107.
My life is complete. Up the borough.
He didn't look very happy about it, though. Bullseye for fishing.
145.
Well, I talk of red and white, and the most important man in red and white. A fantastic effort. And once again, the big number issues there. To drift
43.
into the two, to not give yourself a chance.
Nathan, you require 25.
Minimum was big 17, big 18 to give yourself a dart at top step for Croft. And Nathan gave once again an unexpected opportunity.
2 darts for a 3-1 lead.
Game
Only needs the one.
flag.
Girvan is a leg away from qualifying for the semi-finals. A leg away from knocking Croft
It's Joe
out.
to throw first. Game on. $45.
The only thing that can save Joe Croft now would be going down to a 9-dart shootout.
Yes, please.
93.
But to do that,
140.
Croft has to win 3 legs on the spin.
Like I say, I thought the narrative was going to change a little bit tonight for Joe, but this is just a replication of exactly what's happened. He's put himself into fantastic positions this week. Sometimes let himself down
59.
with his own issues that he'll have to address as he moves forward. But missing big numbers, missing doubles.
128.
That's probably what he'll remember from this week.
Yeah, and Girvan is now at match point. He's down to a finish. And there is nothing Croft can do about it.
43.
Yeah, his shoulders went downfield, but just in the background there, I was keeping an eye on his dad, and he put his head in his hands. I mean, at least you can do something about it when you're on here. He likes this 140 finish, doesn't he? But very sensibly.
92.
He knows he likes the 16 area. He's got time in his hands. Classy thinking from Nathan Girvan.
And he comes back at
Nathan
48
Maguire, 48.
for a place in the final 4. 2 at double 16. Double 8. And he's
No
bust it.
score.
Now we're going to have one more twist. Joe Croft left the bogey. Not an awful lot coming back.
58. Nathan, you require 48.
Once again, 48 for a place in the semi-finals.
And he's made it difficult. He's only going to get one, but only needs the one. The reaction from Nathan Girvan says it all. He books his place in the semi-finals. We say farewell to Joe Croft for this occasion, but he has played some great stuff. Look what it means to Nathan Girvan, though. Our first semi-finalist getting the job done. And that is to Glenn up in the commentary box. He's given the little heart to. He gets over, and there are the stats. 84.03 for Girvan. No 180s. 4 from 9 on the outer ring. Done all the damage. But after the break, we come back to Group 2, and it is a must-win for Chaz Barstow.
So the first two semi-final spots are filled. Bradley Brooks going through by virtue of a game that he didn't even play in. That victory before the break there for Nathan Girvan took the pair of them through from Group 1. Now, though, it's back to Group 2, and Chaz Barstow looking to bounce back from that defeat in his first match. He's going to take on Adrian Gray, who's in action for the first time this evening, and he spoke to Phil Bars a little earlier.
Adrian, Week 10's finals night here at the Modus Super Series. Winning Group C, confidence must be good.
More lucky. I mean, yesterday was horrendous. My start yesterday was awful, but yeah, happy to win the group again.
That Group C was tightly contested, didn't know where it was going to go. What was it like being in the practice room when the games were going on? Were you sort of looking at the points tally thinking, is this going to be enough?
Yeah, there was one moment, I think, I'm gonna say I was playing Matt, and we looked at the table and it was like, if I lost and Matt won, I think there was a possibility of all of us being on 8 points. But also I said in the group, at the end of the week, the few days, that anyone, if you looking at them points, everything, keep it as exactly the same, shuffle their names about and no one will be surprised. So yeah, it was a tight group.
Where is the Adrian game at the moment?
Well, it's there. It's just whether it comes out. I mean, I feel good. A few months ago, I was practicing with Rob, very regular, and I believe my game was coming on, and then Rob decided to move away, and I've sort of leveled off there. So I'm just hoping that I can start picking it back up.
Is it a case of you just need regular repetition to get back to that game that we know is in there then, got on a regular basis?
Yeah, when you're playing with someone like Rob Cross doesn't actually care what you do. He could play He could play my wife. He could play anyone. He doesn't care. He's like 9s, 10s, 11, 12s, 15s, whatever needs to be done. And he teaches you that's how you need to play. Like years ago when people used to talk about just play the board, that's where we're at. I mean, people used to talk about it years ago, Ben, and that's the level you want to be at, is to be able to just play the board.
Do you believe you can get back to those levels that saw you produce on massive TV stages?
I can. I just I need a bit more happening for me for that to be able to happen.
Well, Adrian, wish you all the very best ahead of the finals, mate.
Thank you.
In the ball, and he enjoyed it, and we enjoyed it.
Sit with dart 2. Finds it. Bullseye. A moment of excellence.
Yeah, the final one of tonight's Super 6 at the Super Series. On the stage now, Adrian Gray looking to book his place in the semi-finals, and he can do that by beating Chaz Barstow in the 4th game of finals night. And if he does, then we'll know all 4 of our semi-finalists, because Van Velzen will qualify alongside Gray if that happens. Barstow has a chance himself to book his own place in the final 4. He needs to win 4-2 or better in this one to seal a semi-spot at the end of this game, but must win to keep his hopes alive. As for Adrian Gray, because of that previous result, he's kind of free-rolling in his first match, a win. And the second one will just be for who wins the group. Same scenario as the previous group. Will it be the same outcome? Let's find out. Back to Glenn and Phil.
Yeah, thank you, Murph. And the narrative at the beginning of the night was all about how tight it could be. Well, Group 1 turned out to be pretty routine, to see Bradley Brooks and Nathan Girvan reaching the semi-finals.
93.
And as Chris alluded to there, a victory here for Adrian Gray. And Group 2 is done and dusted as well. I did say very late last night, Phil, that this game
59.
will be crucial. I felt that Marvin was a dart ahead of these two right now. And qualification for the semi-finals and what happens in the semi-finals, anything can, was going to be this game. So, for me, the biggest game of the night.
I completely agree. And from what I saw from Chaz against Marvin, I think he's got a good chance here. There was a lot to like. Yes, he lost, but there was a lot of pluses. I thought he played a lot better than what he's shown in his Group B campaign. I think he's really stepped it up here on finals night.
I'm just going to bring that word expectation, and all of a sudden, because of that, Chaz playing well and who he's playing, he'd be expected to win this game. I haven't really, despite the fact that I've played Adrian twice before, I haven't really got to know him. I am sharing as part of a few players staying the accommodation. What a great guy! And great darts from Chaz Barstow.
Yeah, first max of this encounter goes the way of Barstow to leave 67. All Gray can do is apply some pressure, and he's done that.
67.
So it's just going to be the one dart. Just double checking what Adrian's on there. Just giving himself a moment.
47.
Yeah, you can see the squint of his eyes
62.
there.
Now it's Gray's turn, 62. This would be a break. 20 for double 16.
Game
and there it is.
Thursday.
Fist pump from Adrian Gray. It's a break of throw in leg 1.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to sometimes you look at all the statistics of the week.
It's Adrian to throw first.
And all my highlights are linked to Marvin Van Velzen. He's got the highest running average. He's got the highest average of the week. He's got the highest finish of a 170 alongside Nathan Girvan. The most 180s. But there's one there attached to Adrian Gray. And he has the best finishing percentage of the week. And when he wanted that one dart, I thought this is, where his strength is.
58.
And he replicates with a real classy finish.
Yeah, Barstow had the opportunity, couldn't take it. Gray steps in.
He had a really difficult start to his Group C. He won 4 of his first 5 on Thursday. And alongside Corn and Whitehead, we thought it was going to be a pretty routine Friday, but it was so different for poor Corn. who started the day well, but just couldn't buy a win. But Adrian just found his form after a slow start. Famously beat Phil Taylor in 2007, didn't it? The World Grand Prix as well, I guess. I mean, not many other games that you can say that's your biggest game of your life. Has played at the World Championship. So Adrian Gray, has played at high levels. He's been practicing with Rob Cross, as you mentioned there, and would love to get back there again.
Yeah, and you just feel that missed double from Barstow has affected him in this particular leg because he's not in the same neighbourhood where he started really, really well.
$59. Adrian, you require 112.
The type of finishers dart players love. He needs a treble in one of his first 2 darts. Are you sure? Yeah, they do love them types of finishers, honestly.
I'll take your word for it.
54 points left.
69.
I think every match we've had tonight, a big number has been missed.
Now, Barstow will be thinking, apply pressure, force a miss, force an opportunity. But he's not done that.
Adrian, you require 43.
Double 16 again for 2-0. Rescues it on double 8.
Adrian Gray.
As you said, Glenn, the finishing has been sublime from Gray. 2-0.
First. Game on.
Yeah, I reminded him this morning. Like I said, I had a good chat with him this morning. He's very softly spoken, and we're just wondering what to do. He's got people here with him. I was giving him support there. But I just reminded him. He said, "I'm not playing well, Glenn." But I did give him the stat that when he wants a double, he hits it. And I wonder, when you get on that, Rocky, and you know that that's your strength, the game can be a bit easier. This is the game where if he's going to
43
excel tonight, if he's going to become a champion tonight, his scoring power has to improve.
133.
Barstow using the 19s there. We see that more and more now, Glenn. When you can't find the treble, you almost like reset the brain and just focus at a different target.
It's part of the modern game now. There's not
41.
many. I mean, the number one classic one is Martin Adams, who refuses to leave the treble 20 bed, even if he has to throw from Southampton to Portsmouth. But it's a huge part of the game now, that transition from the treble. Great time in there as Chaz hits the 2.
Yeah, the treble 19 has rescued the situation for him because he needs something, needs a spark here.
80.
Yeah, I genuinely feel he knows, Chaz, he knows he's in this game. Adrian is averaging round about the mid-80s, and Chaz knows, especially the way he played in that first game. So, and with darts like that, I still think the belief's there in Chaz Barstow that he can win this game.
Yeah, the 171 leaves tops after 12. Exquisite from Barstow as he looks to get a foothold in this game. Something to build on.
40.
It would only be a hold, but it would be an important hold. It was double 10. No. I like that. That's sensible.
Yeah, a little bit of experience. Mid-40s now is Chaz. As we mentioned, he had a couple of seasons where he was putting some dynamite averages in. Just use that experience to reduce the deficit.
40.
Back to tops. And pins it to hold a throw. Barstow cuts the gap to 1.
Full flag, it's Adrian to throw first.
Super
Game
crowd. That's the place to be on a Saturday night.
It's the only place to be in Portsmouth.
Yes, I know that now. I thought Middlesbrough was bad. Joking aside. See the size of me breakfast earlier, by the way.
Yeah, you did a good job there.
55.
There's only one item on there I'd have removed. Not a tomato fan.
41.
Have you managed to find a good Parmo down south yet, or are you still searching?
No, but I've got routine now in Portsmouth. I'm beginning to like the place now, and I'm beginning to think that there's a couple of players tonight who are really liking Portsmouth, including this man. He's got such a fantastic record as Chaz Barstow, getting to the finals. He can just get through this game, that belief, that feeling that he's been here before. He's fighting right now, but when you think of fighting and scrapping, that's exactly what you think about with Adrian Gray. He's looking fluent now.
180.
The mini Brendan Dolan.
Half Brendan Dolan, half Johnny Clayton. Is that a thing?
We'll call it the Brendan
46. Adrian require 143.
Yeah, great shot there of the scoreboard that the players will often turn to their left. Fantastic setup with a 180.
Yeah, there wasn't much between them in this leg until the maximum from Adrian Gray, and it has catapulted him into a fabulous position. 57 when he returns to go within one leg of the semi-finals.
And this is where you expect Adrian Gray to excel. We've spoken an awful lot about his doubles, 2 from 3 on the outer ring.
37.
Why do they always make commentators look stupid? Answer that one for me, Phil.
It's just what they do, isn't it? It's almost as if they've got an earpiece in and can hear us. But all of a sudden, Barstow has applied pressure.
Adrian require.
And we all know,
20.
yes, the double 10 is nice, but the transition, if you miss, can get messy. So you eradicate that and hit it first dart.
Yeah, fantastic soft-hit player is
Adrian
Adrian Gray has represented the UK GB on many occasions. Has a real passion for that side of the game as well. I'm just wondering when it comes to those doubles if that's helping him, but Barstow ain't giving up the ghost just yet.
Is that something that you ever got into as the soft tip form?
Never played it. I don't know how to play cricket, and I don't know how to play soft tip.
60.
No wonder they called me boring.
42.
I don't know, there's some videos from back in the day of you not being boring. Like putting beer mats over doubles and beating Jim Williams was one of my favourites.
Yeah, he still hasn't paid me for that night, Arla, man.
100.
Very upright, isn't he, Chaz? Surprising, deceptively quick
60.
as well. His rhythm and his routine. I think that's why players like enjoying playing Chaz.
Yeah, just looking at his throw as well, there's not a lot of backswing.
100.
It's all to do with that wrist, but it's effective. He'll go downstairs.
139.
Still good pressure, Adrian. I know you wanted the max, but it asked the question of Barstow. Double 10 to answer the question.
60.
And he can't do it.
Adrian, you require 101.
Adrian Gray. It's an opportunity to put this group 2 to bed. Needs a treble or the bullseye.
Being a soft tip player, I'm not surprised about that route with 2 darts either.
20.
But 10s for Barstow to keep this one alive. It's a hold. Now it has to be an all-out assault on the Adrian Gray throw.
Game on.
Phil, whatever happens tonight, Chaz Bastow's got to be happy with the situation. Now he's back playing competitively as well. He's been through major surgery.
62.
We weren't sure where his game is, but I think the fire's in the belly, you know, and I think he's enjoying the challenge of tonight. And he's not a million miles away.
No, I completely agree, Glenn. Great to see him back.
121.
But he is carving an opportunity early on the Gray throw.
$100.
Two totally different throws. Just look at the elbow here of Chaz, really low, right under the armpit, isn't it?
60.
And then when you watch Adrian Gray, very reminiscent of a very high elbow. Look at the difference there. Almost a 90-degree angle.
But needs a treble.
59.
Can't find one. Is this the moment, the opportunity Barstow craves? But he needs a treble.
60.
He'll be so disappointed there, Glenn. His opponent has given him an opportunity and he can't take it.
Yeah, when opportunity knocks, you've got to grasp it. Yeah, and that's a double whammy. You can just see Chaz in the background. When you look up, you're just hoping to see a slide or a drift. When you see a treble 20 after you've missed the opportunity. Good moments for Adrian Gray.
100.
Has this one just swung again? The 140 from Barstow leaves 120. Gray not on a finish. So Barstow will get an opportunity to break the Gray throw.
Yeah, good point, because that is a real disaster, because he could see that winning line. And the final leg, if it goes a distance, this man in your picture would have those darts. Can he find the treble? Yes, he can. Decides not to move on the tops.
Adrian, you require 156.
Bang on the wire. Are we going to see something really special for the conclusion of this game? Over to you, Adrian Gray.
To book a place in the semi-final with fireworks is not going to go. So Barstow has his moment to get back on level terms and go favourite for this tie. Tens. Oh, it just got messy, Glenn.
I didn't expect it. He went the distance, didn't he, with Marvin. I just thought I was going to have a different outcome with him having the darts. Decisions to make. Is it double-double?
So it's another opportunity for Barstow. But make sure of the big number. Mission 1 complete. Compose yourself. Double 2 for a level game. How much can he see? Is that a blocker? What a dart that is. He's gone over the top of it. Barstow breaks back. Level game. And the man from Winchester goes favourite.
7th and final leg. It's Chaz to throw first.
Yeah, Adrian Gray, I think, just had that realisation that he hasn't got the dart in the last leg as well. He could see that winning line. He could see the win. He could see himself in the semi-final. But a couple of seconds later, Chaz Barstow's given himself a real opportunity, because Adrian Gray, next game is against Marvin van Velzen, who's sort of, well, he's the big favourite. Adrian will want to see out this Group 2 right now.
81.
And it was interesting towards the end of that last leg, Glenn. Gray tensed up. The dart started to go astray. He'd been so straight the whole game. But then when the pressure was on, his darts deserted him.
Yeah, all the players have good support today. Great crowd. And they're being spoilt. So many 4-3s already. 3 out of the 4 games. I said it was tight. Every 140, every 100 has been cheered by this crowd.
Yeah, in a last leg decider, Gray hits a 140. Barstow slips. It is now advantage Gray once again.
He throws such a flat dart. Yeah, he's just beating himself. Now's not the time though, Adrian. Very, very experienced. He knows the situation. Can he find that elusive treble? No, he can't. Again, it's flip-flopping one more time. One big score here from Charles, though. He becomes the favourite.
$29.
In the words of our friend and colleague Chris Mason, oh dear.
$60.
Yeah, it's a shaker there because they're well thrown, those darts. He won't like it when he turns round with Adrian Gray, because Barstow's in. Should go at the 18s if he's thinking correctly.
98.
It is,
Adrian,
but
you require 160.
Adrian Gray gets first opportunity to win it against the darts. 160 for the Conqueror. That's not going to go. Barstow preparing himself to go fishing.
78.
Well, that last start is a real
Judge, you
saviour for
require
Adrian Gray.
170.
He fluffed his lines, didn't he, in the previous leg? Needs a treble.
58.
Now you would expect
require
Adrian Gray to go
82.
the ball route the way he loves soft tip darts, and that bullseye is something they throw at all the time. 17 and tops to win it. Tops for a place in the final four for Adrian Gray. Barstow wipes his brow. Nothing he can do. Is this your moment, Adrian Gray? Gray is in the semi-finals. Look at it, fist pump from the Conqueror. He sees off Chaz Barstow in a last leg decider. The local man departs. And look at what it means to Adrian Gray. It was a game that swung one way, then the next. Barstow got himself back into it, but then fluffed his lines in the deciding leg. Gray capitalises. There's the numbers. 3 from 15 was Barstow's undoing. Adrian Gray, 57% for him. But coming up after the break, it's a shootout in group number 1 for top spot between Girvan and Brooks.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17 that she gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
So here at the Modus Super Series, we already know the semi-final lineup for this evening. That's after two players have booked themselves from each group. Bradley Brooks getting the better of Joe Croft, Nathan Girvan doing the same in Group 1, and then Marvin van Velzen and Adrian Gray both beating Chaz Barstow. And in Group 1, Brooks and Girvan are about to do battle now to see which one of them ends up winning the group and therefore playing in the first semi-final, the runner-up of Group 2. Pair of them all smiles, you can understand it, no pressure really in this game. But they could end up meeting again in the final, so they would want bragging rights from this one. But right now, it's all laughs and mucking around. But once game on is called by the referee, Owen Binks,
First leg, it's Nathan to throw first.
which is about to happen.
Game on!
Then the serious stuff starts, and our top two in the comms box, Phil Bars and Glenn Durrant, will talk you through the action.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph, and you're absolutely spot on there. It was smiles all around.
58.
But I was just chatting with Phil just off air, just thinking that I'm just, the scenario of that. Do you really want to play Marvin van Velzen in the semi-final or the final? You'd expect Marvin, inverted commas, to win his next game. So the loser of this match would then play Marvin. So it might have been all smiles,
60.
but I'm just wondering deep down, are they really bothered about that scenario, Phil?
They've probably not thought about it yet.
95.
The realisation might hit after the game to the loser. $180. Something I like about Nathan Girvan this evening. I like his mannerism, his demeanour, and just looks like it's business head on.
Yeah, you felt he had a big chance before a dart was thrown. I'm not going to be. I was concerned about him in Group B.
95.
Wasn't sure where he was. Looked at his numbers at the Challenge Tour, Development Tour. Well, he's excelled this week. He's first down to the finish here on the 108.
126.
Excellent board management there from Bradley Brooks. Good first leg from both. Rapid pace.
$52. Bradley Brook 145.
Girvan leaves a potential two-darter if he returns. If he returns, will return.
89.
I think you can see that they know the ball through with just the way they're playing here. Tops for Girvan. For a 1-0 lead, double 10.
46.
That instantly
Bradley
says to me as well,
requires
he's not a fan of
56.
double 10 because the breakdown is easy enough, but he stopped and looked what Bradley had
Game shown the
and pays
first
the
leg.
price. Bradley Brooks
Bradley
leads,
Brooks.
punishes the mistake from Girvan, break a throw, Bam Bam
Second
in
leg, it's
control
Bradley
of
to throw
Group 1.
first. Game on.
Yeah, and his darts are going in so much better, which probably means a bounce out here, but they're definitely going into the board. So maybe the issue might not be the actual setup, but just
81.
his tentativeness when he's throwing darts, when he's under pressure. So good signs here for Bradley Brooks.
50.
Yeah, just playing with a little bit more pace, a little bit more zip in the action. At times, I remember Bradley Brooks being
60.
a very free-flowing, instinctive player, and at times I just feel like he's holding it back, reining it in when he shouldn't. Just be natural, be yourself.
Yeah, it's easy when people are saying that, but when you're up there, my biggest worry is that if he's going for style over substance, because he said he's been working on his throw,
100.
that can never come into your mind. That's one thing I have learned in the life of a dart player. You've got to have a clear mind in that set position that they are when they're about to throw a dart, and that's the only element that's in the back of my mind. Something that we chatted about, and then Bradley grabbed hold of me and said, "Could you just elaborate what you meant?" And I actually said, "No.
90.
If you want to chat, we'll chat next week. Don't let it affect your week this week."
I like that.
80. Bradley require 100.
Is that so you can charge him a fee as well?
Exactly. It's ka-ching for does it? Is it ka-ching for Bradley Brooks? Bullseye!
Majestic, absolutely majestic from Bradley Brooks. Reels in the big fish, and it looked effortless from Bam Bam.
Third leg, it's Nathan to throw
Look at him, the smirk
Game
says
on.
it all. Grinning from ear to ear as if to just say, look what I've just done.
Yeah, clearly good friends away from the hockey as well. It was once a PDC
43.
youth match in the World Championships as well. It was the last 32. 6 times they've played on overall. Majority on the development too. It's 4-2 to Bradley Brooks.
137.
So they know each other, come through the system together. Like I say, it's all smiles. I'm just wondering when they realise what the potential is come the semis. Will they still be smiling?
Or have they got this no fear attitude where they just don't care when they play the favourite?
Good shout, Phil.
180.
Tell you what, good darts from Bradley Brooks. Everything is just beginning to tick nicely. We mentioned at the beginning. And look at those numbers there. That he wasn't favourite for tonight, Bradley. He's got to ask his question, why not? I've got the cal, I've got the pedigree. And he's making the game look ridiculously easy at this moment.
Yeah. Leaves 48 after 9, averaging north of 106. This is stunning from the man from Blackburn. He's going to get 2 at tops for a 3-0 lead. Only needs the one. Double break and throw. Bam Bam is running right here in the live lounge.
For flag, it's Bradley to throw first.
Like I say, smiles all around. I don't think you could ever convince me, or anyone could convince me, that you don't want to go into a semi-final on the back of a 4-0 defeat.
100%. Don't want to be absolutely drubbed and then have to go and play probably Marvin van Velzen.
Yeah, what would be interesting is if Adrian Gray does beat Marvin. Oh, Bradley Brooks. This is a performance and a half.
It's better than that, Glenn. This is a real statement. He's saying to the practice room, and probably in particular Marvin van Velzen, you may have been pre-favourite, however, I am the man to beat.
96.
Yeah, great decisions. The execution was slightly off, but I like the fact he was using the centre of the board. Just noticed Nathan Girvan, manager in the...
They require 85.
I know if I was on the side of Nathan, less smiles, more focus.
Treble 17, lose double 16. The average is going to come plummeting after this visit.
Yeah, and he'd be gutted with that because, as you rightly said, the walk through into the players area, if you can see 110 average plus. Maybe I'm just a miserable old git, but it's not the way I would have treated this game.
I'd have said less of the old.
97. Bradley requires 62.
Well, it's been spectacular from Bradley Brooks. Really enjoyable performance. And that performance...
52.
Very nearly took him to a 4-0 whitewash victory.
Will return.
97. Bradley require 10.
Now Girvan is on a finish. Has he just made a mess of this? Madhouse.
2 wins out of 2 for Bradley Brooks. Job done. He moves on to the semi-finals. That was secured in his previous game. Clearly a friendship between them, but I think it's a job well done, and maybe Nathan Girvan has just missed the trick there. He will find the intensity for his semi-final. He'll probably prove us all wrong. For a time there for Bradley Brooks, he was averaging over 111. The back end of the match just sort of let him down. His set of play, a few missed darts at a double there, but a superb and well done job for Bradley Brooks. Clearly got a big smile on his face. That 170, that was the real highlight there. And just look at Nathan Girvan's, only 2 darts at a double there. He's got to pick himself up. He'll come back for the semi-finals as we move on to the final game of the round-robin basis. Back to Group 2, and it's Adrian Gray against Marvin van Velzen.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
For the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the mat. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie Face is through.
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game for that Pie Face dominated throughout.
One more group game for them to enjoy and for you to enjoy at home as well. Marvin van Velzen's big fan club, part of the audience in the live lounge tonight, and he has been, well, the main man, was the main man maybe until that previous match when Bradley Brooks put on a show in beating Nathan Girvan 4-0. That means he's won Group 1, will play in the first semi-final against a loser of this match. Van Velzen against Gray to determine who wins Group 2, and our two in comms are Glenn Durrant and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Merv. We've just seen Bradley Brooks throw down a marker to Marvin van Velzen.
Adrian to throw first.
Bradley
Game
Brooks
on.
will think he should have been favourite going into this evening. It wasn't. It was Van Velzen. But Brooks has just said to him, I'll see you at some point tonight.
85.
Yeah, he's a tricky customer to play, Adrian Gray. He's definitely got more rhythm when I remember sort of the back end of his PDC career when, you know, he was struggling.
100.
Just at the back of the room there, I'm not sure what it is. I think that was Mason Whitlock in the back there, if I was mistaken.
The apprentice.
$60.
Yeah, something's really affecting. Not really sure what's going on. I've got a good viewpoint. Never thought of looking out the window there, but Adrian Gray just seemed to be looking down. Whether it was maybe something to do with his darts or... Unless it was his round.
Ding, ding.
59.
I think this start from Van Velzen is just a reminder to me he needs the adrenaline thrown through his body for him to get the best out of him. And we're back to that scenario where we'd pretty much given Marvin this match.
84.
And he started very, very slowly here.
Yeah, I agree. He's one that needs that jeopardy, knowing that there's something on it.
140.
I'd love to see a game down the line between Marvin and Dirk.
I say he was outstanding at the Euro Tour.
46.
Clearly his biggest moment he had
Marvin
in darts.
143.
But the crowd were, yeah, the Marvin army was superb.
100. Adrian, you require 167.
And after a slow start, Van Velzen has the grey throw under the cosh here. The 167 is not going to go. So Van Velzen to return 43 for a break.
Marvin, you require 43.
Tops has been as usual. Double, same route, same outcome. Van Velzen leads 1-0.
Marvin van Velzen. Second leg, it's Marvin to throw first.
So just a reminder of the
Game
scenario. The winner of this game, deep in thought, the winner of this game will play Nathan Girvan. And the loser of this match will play the very impressive Bradley Brooks. Been a great week, Phil.
Absolutely outstanding week. Champions Week edges closer. Players are thinking about it. We go back to if you won in weeks 1 or 2, you can almost park the idea of Champions Week because you know, yeah, I'm there, but there's plenty in between. Where now, it's a quick turnaround.
Well, a fortnight ago, I was with week 1 winner Tom Sykes, and he's in
84.
great shape. He is playing really, really darts that can make him a champion here. So I'm really excited for the future of Tom Sykes. Great lad as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that he's one of the players that will go off favourite for Champions Week.
Connor Scott is my initial thought process. But I'll tell you what, if Marvin, the winner of this week, I did say on Monday morning it would be Marvin, and what an addition he would be. Character.
Yeah, I agree. I think the two bookies' favourites for Champions Week right now would be
100.
Connor Scott and Tom Sykes. But also, for me, Neil Duff, a man that just knows how to win big games, especially big games here on this stage.
59.
It took him a while to win the first one, but since then, he's been flawless.
World champion, of course, so he knows what it feels like to win his dream competition. But you're absolutely spot on. When you think of Modus, Neil is one of those 3 players. Every time I sit to commentate, he was here.
84.
Adrian Gray fighting with himself right now.
Requires 78.
Van Benza will start the 18s. Just taking his time.
Has to move across this time. And can't pin it. So Adrian Gray, have you got a ton topper in you? Another. 88. He had to ask, he wasn't sure.
120.
And again, the way his darts sit.
Marvin, you require 40.
Yeah, they're very flat dart he had. And once he wanted the double, that's when he sort of comes to the fore. But when Van Velzen needs tops, there's usually only one outcome.
Game shown the second leg.
But double 10 will do nicely.
Van Velzen.
Yeah, Van Velzen leads 2-0. And he's halfway to topping Group 2 and setting up a date with Nathan Girvan.
60.
And right now, Adrian Gray is not happy. Going through the emotions. He's there. The phantom dart trying to sort out the throw, the release, just not working in tandem right now. Work to do for Gray.
Very noticeable there, the pace of the 3 darts he threw there, a lot quicker. Nothing will rush this man, real nice rhythm.
59.
I went to do a little bit of ironing about 2 o'clock, and he was on the dartboard then, was Adrian Gray.
Going for the old Mervyn King approach.
I always remember good advice from Gary Anderson. He said, if you can't get ready, Glenn, after playing 20 years with and going into a venue 2-3 hours before, then there's something not quite right.
140.
What was kind of your optimum get ready time?
It got longer. It used to be 2 hours. It became 3. And near the end, during my troubles, I was trying to play myself into a bit of form, and sometimes could be there 4 hours before.
At your peak, I'll go the 2019, 2020 time. What was your prep time then?
2. Yes, I had my routine down to a T.
140.
Where Marvin Van Velzen's playing, I think he'll be a professional player sooner rather than later. Adrian Gray gets
shown
back into
the
this
third
game.
man, Adrian Gray.
I think that's not letting him down. Is those doubles. It's a continuous shake of the head, Gray. I think the conundrum for him right now is I need to find some scoring power.
Will he have looked at the people in the semi-final and thought exactly that? I'm in a world of trouble in the scoring phase.
He's got a bucket load of experience, you know. Like you say, he's been practicing. He's probably
41.
had 9 darters, 10 darters, 11 darters thrown at him. If you've been practicing with Rob Cross, you know, it's you come into a competition like this and no one's going to play like Rob Cross. That's the way I would look at it there.
95.
So he's got to use his experience. You've got to look at all your attributes that you have and try and find a way of winning games. But like something that you're going to go back what you said, these young players, they have no fear.
No, they've rewritten the rules where I remember back in the day Phil Taylor and players of that ilk had an aura around them, and they'd won legs against up-and-coming players before a dart had even been thrown in that respect. Now, not a chance. It's a case of, who are you, old man?
140, Marvin number 132.
I just really like them darts. 1-3-2 would be the shot. We've seen all the smiles in the previous semi-final. It's business for Marvin, isn't it? It's just a really solid performance, just round about the 90 mark.
Marvin, you require 55.
He's back on his beloved tops and tens. You would expect it to go. No such problem with a big number.
Game shown the
Professional, clean, clinical
Van
kill
Velzen.
once again from Marvin Van Velzen. And once again, no response, no jumping about. No,
flag, it's Adrian
he's doing
to
that at the right time. Deep in
Game on.
concentration now. Business.
$100.
Van Velzen, one leg away from topping Group 2. Remember, he was the favourite before a dart was thrown, and is on course for the Final Four as the number 1 player from his group.
$45.
Yeah, it's a very big turnaround as well for Adrian Gray. It's not as if he can go back on the board and try and find his way.
59.
Still see him just trying to G himself up there.
$120.
Fighting himself right now. There's no composure to Adrian Gray. Just needs to relax.
59.
Yeah, if we'd have said at the beginning of the night, which one, there's going to be a game between Marvin and Adrian, which one will show lots of composure and which one will be showing every emotion in the face and the mannerism. Well,
26.
I think I'd have got it wrong.
Yeah, right now, he's not a very good poker player. Is Adrian Gray. You can read everything about his game.
Well, it is warm in there, so there's a couple of royal flushes, that's for sure. I think that's his brother there. Did you say, Phil? I think I just saying something. I know he's got his brother here.
73.
So now, can Van Velzen set this up? Could do with a treble.
$58. Adrian, you require 137.
Yeah, it could have felt like a dead rubber, these final games. They knew they both qualified, but is the tide turning? Says that Bradley Brooks will be the one who's feeling really chipper.
Yeah, just seeing a shot there. It's nice to see
97.
Joe Croft coming out
Marvin,
and watching the
require
games
140.
after his exit.
I think it's really good. I didn't expect him to. He sort of stormed off the stage. Nothing Marvin can do on this one.
60. Adrian, you require
just
40.
quietly but effectively getting on with the job to reduce the deficit to 1.
The way his darts sit, though, is that
Game
awkward?
shown the fifth
No
leg.
is the answer.
Adrian Gray.
I think it was very awkward, actually. It was just a very, very well thrown dart. Rubbish, he keeps
Stickler
saying.
gets Marvin to throw first. Game on.
He's been just a little bit hard on himself.
But now Van Velzen can go through the gears
100
on his darts.
I think I might join the Marvin army. Big fan of the way he's played this week. I think he's added a new dimension tonight as well. Look at him in the background there, really focused.
97.
Can't just join. You have to have an initiation. You can't just rock up and join the Van Velzen army, Glenn.
I wonder what the initiation is.
100.
Yeah, well done, Joe Croft. Really like that. Good touch.
55.
The beginning of the end, you sense. One big score here from Marvin. Already 100 ahead. Plus these. Quality of the highest degree.
180.
Van Velzen smashes in the maximum to leave 81 after 9 and is about to win Group 2.
Marvin,
Chaz
quite
in the
81.
crowd as well. But here we go. Just going to set this up now, Glenn.
Yeah, big 18. Like you say, really solid without being that spectacular in this game, but I've been really, really impressed with Marvin. Maybe he's saving the fireworks for the semi-final.
Marvin require
Tops to get the job done for Marvin Van Velzen. And top Group 2 looks a great guide. Surely bounces off of it.
No
passes up the opportunity.
Yeah, no dramas. Adrian way back onto, I think, even got the sense that Adrian probably wants to go back and regroup.
100.
Take 2 for Marvin Van Velzen. Tops. It's the same hole, isn't it? 10s. Pins it. Last dart in hand. Marvin Van Velzen wins Group 2, but you can see there from Adrian Gray, he is livid. And there is a salute to the Marvin army for Van Velzen. Tops Group 2, 2 wins from 2. And there are the stats. His average came down there just a little after a load of missed doubles, but safely through to the semi-finals. But after the break, we will have Chris and Glenn looking at all the action.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and he's now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman!
Back-to-back 9 darters!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the semi-finals are set on the Week 10 finals night. We've just seen, well, we saw it was pretty early, it was all done. Glenn Durrant's been watching the action. Glenn, what have you made of it so far?
Well, we said it was going to be very tight, didn't we? And after 2 games in both the groups, it was all done and dusted. I still think the best is to come. I've been really impressed with Marvin, which may not surprise many people, but I was really impressed with his professionalism in the second game when it was done and dusted. They had that element in that first of the groups where it was all smiles and laughter, when in reality, did you really want to play Marvin in the semi-final, is the way I had approached it. But a great night, full of quality. Still think the best is to come.
Yeah, let's take a look at the results then and the semi-final lineup. Bradley Brooks is going to take on Adrian Gray. Marvin van Velzen will meet Nathan Girvan. Let's start by talking about Bradley Brooks, Glenn, because it was a close game between him and Joe Croft in his first match, but then that brilliant performance in his second game.
Yeah, it could have been also different. He had a couple of bounce outs. He started really showing a couple of negative signs. His darts were going in a funny angle. He was hitting the sweetest treble 20 and then having to move. But in the second game, I thought he was brilliant. He was averaging 111 going into maybe the last 12 darts, where he just fluffed about a little bit with it, with the doubles and the set-up play. But yeah, real 9 out of 10 performance. Very impressed.
Yeah, and that was a standout moment, the 170 checkout as well. Just put the gloss on it, didn't it?
It certainly is. The third time we've seen it this week as well, and you know, we've seen some real quality, but that just gives you the confidence. He goes into that semi-final knowing his game's there, and I think the sort of the mindset compared to Nathan Girvan, who's now got to set himself up after that. I didn't really get his way of playing that semi-final, but super darts and Bradley Brooks.
Yeah, more on him in a moment, but let's talk about Adrian Gray. He's made it through to the semi-finals again. Did it in a group with Charles Barstow as well, so it's a really good achievement to be playing in the Final Four.
Yeah, I think you better go and tell him that then, because all I've seen is head shaking, and I thought he'd have used his experience. I think if I was Adrian Gray, I'd probably know that these 3 young players around me, I haven't got the firepower, so use other ways. He's the best finisher of the week. But I've been disappointed with his demeanour a little bit. Everything is he's turning around to his family and friends and saying rubbish. I'd like him to focus more on his positives. And look, he's 2 games away. That's the way I would deal with it. But yeah, just a little bit disappointed with him.
Is he potentially struggling to play in front of a crowd as opposed to that transition from Thursday and Friday to Saturday?
Well, he shouldn't be, because he's the one with the CV. He's the one who's, he's played at Ali Pali. Yes, it was 15 years ago, but he's got excellent credentials. Been practicing really hard with Rob Cross as well. So no, I don't see that as a problem. Just maybe setting his bar a little bit too high. And yeah, I think if he looks back, he'd be a little bit disappointed the way he's dealt with the situation.
It's interesting, this, isn't it? Because you've got criticisms of the couple of players that have actually made it, and you just touched on the one for Nathan Girvan. I mean, I said before the game they were all laughs and jokes. For Nathan, that never ended, did it, in that second semi?
Yeah, I didn't get it. I mean, I know I was a type of character. When I got on there, I meant all business, and I thought Marvin van Velzen was all about that. Nathan Girvan now goes into the semi-final on the back of a good hiding from Bradley Brooks. I didn't get it.
But we have seen him throw some explosive stuff in the group stages, so we certainly think that Nathan Girvan can lift it for the semis.
Nathan Girvan will probably get up there and prove me wrong. It's just the way I would deal with the situation. The way I read it. He goes out, proves me wrong, and says, "There you go, Glenn, deal with that."
Yeah. Got that win in the first match, 4-1. Job was done then. Needs to reset for this one. Let's talk about the other guy in the semi-finals. A man you've been bigging up all week. I don't think I'm going to find you say a critical word about Marvin van Velzen, am I?
No, I'm not. I thought, and not the explosiveness from the first game, because I've seen that this week. 9 darters, 110 averages, 170 finishes. I was impressed with the next game. That inverted dead rubber game where both have qualified. His professionalism, his focus, just his composure. I think he ticks an awful lot of boxes, where he's going to go on in the future as well. He's been a real credit to himself, and really excited for him.
We just saw him there as well, really taking his time before hitting that match-winning double. Is that something that you would advocate?
Absolutely. I really liked it. And I tell you what, every time he did that, he followed up with a big finish or a double as well. And I get the sense he self-reflects. I get the sense that he'll look back at his games, might even a little bit of commentary as well. But I thought he's been great. But how many times have you seen at the Modus Super Series where you write the conclusion and something totally different will happen? There's 4 players who are, on Monday, if you said to them you're going to be in the semi-final, then throw your best darts. So still all to play for.
Yeah, well, let's talk about those semi-finals now. Bradley Brooks going to take on Adrian Gray in the first one. Brooks' story has made more of a statement. How can Gray win this match?
Well, he hasn't had an awful lot of time as well to go back and just right a few wrongs. It's too late in the day to try and go back and focus on a certain area. It just doesn't seem to be scoring as big as the other players. And Bradley Brooks, in that second, in that final game against Nathan Girvan, was scoring so heavily that you only see one outcome in that game.
And have we seen the best of Bradley Brooks tonight?
Well, I hope not, because you don't want to peak too early. So I've just been really impressed because he hasn't been playing great. He's been very inconsistent. He's been working on his throw. All signs to me that this week wasn't going to be a great week. He won a very tough Group A. He's been, for me, the player of the night so far. Certainly put the best performance in. He'll want to replicate that now. I feel good for him.
And into that second one, now we haven't spoke about this yet, but when they met earlier in the week, there was a little bit of spice between Marvin van Velzen and Nathan Girvan. Do you think that will be repeated?
It could do, because the one where there wasn't, everything was sort of done and dusted then. There's a crowd. Players get affected by noises as well. It's so intimate in here. It's a fabulous atmosphere. But if you all go 1-0 down and you hear someone from the Marvin Army or someone from Nathan Girvan's family, it can really affect you. They're both quite explosive. They both show their emotions. So, yeah, there could be.
What are you expecting from the first game? Is it going to be uniform for Bradley Brooks, this?
Yeah, 4-1 victory. Adrian Gray, give him a dart, redouble, he hits it. He just needs to portray himself a little bit more positive, use his experience, slow the pace down, just use his nous of 20 years of playing darts. I only see one winner there. I see Bradley Brooks 4-1.
And in the second one, I know you've been sort of backing Marvin all week, but is that the sort of closer of the two games?
It is, but I'd like to be stood here. Nathan Girvan means a lot to me. I go back a long time with him, and I'd like to be standing here saying that's why he did all the smiles against, because he wanted to peak at the right time. But Marvin Valdez, I think he's been the player of the week. I think he's impressed an awful lot of new people, a new audience. He is old head on young shoulders. He was bouncing around on Monday, whereas tonight he's been really cool, calm and collected. 4-2 victory for Marvin.
So you're going for Brooks van Velzen. Might as well ask you while you're here, who do you see lifting the trophy at the end of the evening?
I've never wavered from Marvin. He's the guy I said on Monday morning. I thought he was excellent value at the beginning of the week. But Bradley Brooks is providing some good darts, but I'll stick with Marvin.
Thanks, Glenn. Right, let's get the semi-finals underway. The players are ready, so here comes semi-final number 1.
Bullseye. Majestic. Absolutely majestic
from Bradley Brooks.
Gray is in the semi-finals. Look at it, fist pump from the Conqueror.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is finals night, and it's time to meet the semi-finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage, he is a former PDC World Youth Champion. It's Bam Bam Bradley Brooks! And would you please welcome his opponent? Please introduce to the stage, it's the Conqueror, Adrian Gray!
So here we go then. Bradley Brooks and Adrian Gray about to get the semi-final showdowns underway on a Super Series Saturday night. Bam Bam, the best of the pair in the group games. Both of them winning groups this week. Adrian Gray was the conqueror in Group C, whereas Brooks was the best in Group A earlier in the week. Couple of days off, he's come back fresh and playing really good stuff. And the boy from Blackburn is looking to make it back-to-back Champions Weeks after winning his week in the previous series. For Adrian Gray, it would be a first for him if he were to take the title here at the Modus Super Series tonight. Can he conquer Brooks and then conquer all? We'll find out. Glenn Durrant thinks that these semi-finals are maybe mismatches. Will he be right? He has been pretty accurate all week, and Phil Bars is alongside him in commentary.
Thank you very much, Murph. And two intriguing semi-finals, I feel, and especially this one. I'm interested to see, can Adrian Gray put the disappointments of the last game behind him, because there was a lot of body language I didn't like, Glenn, and that mannerisms on stage where Bam Bam's coming here full of confidence after an explosive performance.
Yeah, Adrian needs to maybe just dictate the pace a little thing here. He is the best finisher out the last four. He'll have that sense that when he gets down to a double, he'll hit it. That's a great feeling.
Bradley to throw
the real conundrum is, can he stay with Bradley? I think Bradley's had his issues with it, just the way the darts are landing, but all that was put aside in his last game where, like I said, right at the final furlong, he was averaging over 110 in that game. It dipped, but it was a sparkling performance. He looks focused, he looks good. Yeah, an intriguing game, as you said.
140.
Yeah, Bam Bam looking for back-to-back weekly wins, as Chris alluded to.
95.
Got to Champions Week, but by his own admission, Bradley was left massively disappointed with his performance in Group B. Narrowly missed out on winning Group A.
100.
And never really got over that disappointment. So he has unfinished business.
58.
Yeah, when I think of Bradley Brooks, it's probably not the right thought when he's a world youth champion. But my mind goes back to Willie Boland with that 9-darter. And his
60.
career just, it stalled, didn't it, from the moment that final double went into that 9-darter. But I thought it might have come this week and sort of inconsistencies with his throw, etc. But he looks like the Bradley Brooks I remember off the tour when he was doing really big things. It's just sometimes it's what's between the ears and just having that belief again. Like I say, throughout the week, I'm not 100% certain the setup is correct for him. But the way the darts went in the last game, maybe it's just the tentativeness and just some wins under his belt, because then darts are going in
60.
So much better.
You require 106.
Yeah, I remember it was a game against Gerwin Price at the Grand Slam as well that showed the real Bradley Brooks.
Yeah, 10-8 it was after
49.
wins. I remember him beating Rusty and Mervyn King as well in the group stages. So 91 points left, so he'll stay on the 19s.
68.
That would have been the perfect start. Yes, it's been a holder throw. One-sided affair, I said. Well, Adrian Gray's got a big chance here. All right, you win the first leg, but a breaker throw. This is where he comes good.
47.
But this time, Glenn, he can't take the opportunity. It would have been a breaker throw, but Bradley Brooks looking at tops to hold and lead. Can he just bounce off of those two?
20.
No, he can't.
Yeah, he's had a few problems on them tops, and not because they're miles away. I mean, they look perfect. Dart 1 and Dart 2. Well, if there's one scenario I thought we wouldn't be chatting was missed opportunities by Adrian Gray.
6.
That has been the case in this first leg. I just sense he had to be immaculate in this match.
Bradley Brooks does hold. See the frustration, and in the space of 20-25 minutes, the gap in Bradley's performance is a huge. I know it's only a leg in, But from where he left the stage last time to where he is now, it's night and day.
I sound like an old fuddy-duddy tonight. Super darts, Adrian Gray. The Brendan De.
The ferret finger point.
140.
Hang on a minute, Glenn.
What did I say? He needs to find his scoring boot in this match. His scoring was superb in leg one. His strength let him down with the doubles.
100.
But come on, Adrian, make it a really special night.
Where's the boo button?
46.
Yeah, just great to see that smile on his faces. That reaction there from the crowd. Good crowd, knowledgeable crowd. I enjoyed it when I was down there. Needs to move.
89. Adrian, you broke 195.
Yeah, now obviously the 9 has evaporated. It's about winning the leg. Cannot make a mess of this.
30.
Once again, Adrian's had this leg in the palm of his hand. The setup play has not been great there. And certainly plenty of pressure coming from Brooks.
140.
This should have been easier, Phil.
Adrian, you broke 165.
Yeah, this should have been dart at double. Now it's only going to be 1. That's in the 10, 55. Brooks is sat on double 16. 1 at tops. Pins it. Needed that as well. And you can tell by that reaction, he knows he needed that as well.
And that's what I've wanted to see from him all night. That positive signs, not shaking your head. If you sort of go back to the first leg when Bradley won it, he turned back and he said rubbish to his friends and family. He was shaking his head.
96. $93.
Less than 10 minutes ago, Adrian Gray was struggling, wasn't he? In that final game against Marvin Van Velzen, and I feared for him in this game. But that's what darts does.
57.
He's got positive vibes right now, and dare I say, is he beginning to believe he can win this game? Because right now, Bradley Brooks is averaging 82.
58.
Yeah, remember, in his last game, he was up around the 110 mark for most of it. And right now, is Adrian Gray just beginning to believe?
140.
The one real positive for Bradley is not having to manoeuvre around the board. When the darts are going in the treble, he's then able to replicate. That's good sign. So he's not panicking. So still good moments of Bradley. I think he feels
60.
He's the better player in this game. It's about what he does.
Well, it's interesting. I go back to his interview that I did with him before his first game, that there was not a shadow of doubt in his mind that he was the best player here tonight, and he genuinely believed that.
85.
Yeah, his
Bradley
throw looks
72.
absolutely fine. So 65 points left. Could and should go for the bull. Treble 19 was always a good shout here for me.
32.
Has he done that because Adrian's not on a finish, so he takes the hitting the ball out of the equation?
Spot on.
$48. Bradley required.
Well, he's had his trials and tribulations, Phil, on this tops. It's been a good leg of darts by Bradley Brooks.
Game shown the third there. Bradley Brooks.
Love the use of the marker. Just looking there, that shot.
There gets Adrian
Production given us. Someone's obviously booked a ticket, expecting Stefan Belmont to be here. The Belmont shirts are here in the live lounge.
Well, that's a big plus.
60.
So many positives for Bradley Brooks. There's the shirt.
I think he either had a long fringe or that was his back.
45.
Didn't panic, Phil. That's the one thing for Bradley Brooks right now.
No, I
He
agree.
sort of weathered that storm, didn't he? Or did he? Or is there a hurricane in the house, Adrian Gray?
I was about to say, until that visit, Brooks was threatening a break, but as Adrian Gray just slammed the door shut.
140.
Classy. Everyone on the balcony are going wild.
The balcony's the place to be, Glenn.
Yeah, this is when your mind goes blank. It's 181 left, so you can stay on the 20s.
95.
You feel embarrassed
Ready,
at times when you just don't
160.
know what to go for. Fabulous last half from Gray, though. Speaking of fabulous,
Would have been absolutely fabulous.
76. Adrian, your record 121. $53. Bradley require 85.
So should get at least a dart at the ball to break. Keep them straight. Bullseye for daylight. We can't
40.
take it.
Adrian requires 68.
and the big tick for Adrian Gray in his Group C campaign is these types of finishes. He's been the best this week. He continues to be the best at that type of finish.
Adrian Gray.
He has been second best in the scoring phase, but he's right in the mix.
Before
That's
it's
what I
Bradley
wanted to
throw
see,
first.
Adrian.
$62.
Tell you what, this is getting interesting. That's unlucky, that second dart. That could have easily have crept in the treble 20. That first dart, he'll be very, very disappointed.
$58. $134.
Felt it was going to be a one-sided match. How wrong could I be? I asked the question, how does Adrian Gray go back and then find the scoring power? And it's Bradley Brooks who's looking around, and it's Adrian Gray finding the trebles.
39.
This could be a really big shock.
Remember, Bradley had a dart to break Adrian Gray. Couldn't take it. And now all of a sudden, Adrian Gray is threatening the same.
Six dart, yeah, that's the wry smile, because he knows just keeping it straight. Excellent response there. Don't fight with yourself. Go down to the 19s and hit the treble.
80.
You're giving yourself an opportunity.
Bradley needs something. And that's a disaster. Can he rescue it? No, he
42.
can't.
Adrian, you require 80.
I said he's remained patient. You can only be patient for so long. Great. Tops for a 3-2 lead. Break a throw.
60.
Fantastic camera angle there.
Bradley, you require 130.
That's the eye line when you've got a player who's throwing that flat dart.
$127.
Bradley's done his bit.
Adrian, you require.
But is it too
20.
little too late? Gray to go within one of the final. Has to be aggressive, Glenn.
Critical moments, and he's up for the challenges, Adrian Gray.
Adrian Gray.
The obligatory fist pump to go with it as well.
Sigberg, it's Adrian to throw first.
Series 8, Week 10 has just got very, very interesting. You know what I said? Dictate the pace, Adrian.
Game on.
I think most people had on their card marked down for a Bradley Brooks, Marvin Van Velzen final. Is this the first major shock in the knockout stages of Week 10?
Let's see what you're made of, Bradley.
140.
He's got in the back of his mind if it goes the distance. And we've gone the distance so many times this week.
60.
He would have the darts.
I'll go back to the group stage as well. The game against Barstow, although Adrian Gray won it, he had a wobble.
23.
When the winnings line was in sight, he wobbled.
Well, that wobbled in the triple 19 had come out. That's when you think, is it my night?
$100.
One treble a visit. Make your opponent work for it. Advantage. Adrian Gray, and it's a big advantage. That crowd is stunned.
Fabulous from Adrian Gray. He's down to a finish. He is going to get an opportunity to win this. It's a maximum, but it may mean nothing because Gray has got a chance. Yes, it's a big chance.
What a game. What a climax.
198.
Are we going the distance? He hit the 180. It was a big roar of celebration. He's given himself an opportunity.
58.
Brooks has missed the chance.
52.
Now, Adrian Gray for a place in the final.
It's double 16. And Adrian Gray puts the surprise of all surprises, and the favourite Bradley Brooks is out. What a match for Adrian Gray. He was second best most of the night, but he found a performance there which he has been searching for. He is absolutely delighted. He's thrown a little jig on the stage, a little wave to his supporters. He was superb in that game. Missed opportunities for Bradley Brooks. That will take him a while to get over, but Adrian Gray, he's been round about that 82, 83 average. I didn't think that was going to be enough. He's proven me wrong. Super darty Adrian Gray. He's the first player into the final. Who will he play? As next up, it's Marvin Van Velzen against Nathan Girvan.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
Have he seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back. So there we have it, our first finalist. And Glenn, you did say, didn't you, it'd be a one-sided affair?
Listen, I'll always hold my hands up, but and fair play to Adrian Gray. I also sort of said that if Adrian Gray was going to win this game, he'd have to show a little bit of positivity on the stage. And I was delighted that he did. He did dictate the pace. He scored better. But isn't that the beauty of darts? You get a player averaging 110, someone really struggling. 5 minutes later, roles reversal. Great darts, Adrian Gray.
Absolutely. Let's get confirmation then of the order of play now for this evening. Remaining semi-final, Marvin van Velzen and Nathan Girvan. Then Adrian Gray will take on the winner in tonight's decider. Bradley Brooks bowing out. Glenn, what has he learnt this week?
That he's not a million miles away. He won't feel like that for a while, Chris. He looked really dejected at the end, and I think he really fancied his chances going to them semi-finals. He's not a million miles away. The throw looks good. I'm not 100% certain the equipment is bang on right. It's just maybe a mental thing. I don't think it's as much technical as he thought.
We won't be seeing Bradley Brooks at Champions Week. We will, however, be seeing him at our next Influencers event. That is taking place on the 8th of September. So do keep an eye on our social media for that. Glenn's going to be partnering, what was it, Flat Face?
Flat Face. No, Pie Face. You're getting me the wrong way around.
Yeah, well, you're not going to be part of that one, but it's going to be fun to watch. Bradley Brooks back for that. Let's turn our attention to the second semi, because that had a lot of fun, fireworks and fights when they met on Thursday night, didn't it?
And based on the situation that we have tonight with the crowd, the semi-final, it could happen again. It was all smiles and hugs yesterday. But yeah, Marvin van Velzen was averaging around about 109 in this game as well, and he sort of made sure he let his opponent know it. It was the first game for Nathan Girvan of the week. You'll always get a reaction from Marvin. But like I said, yeah, it wasn't great. And yeah, both steely characters, they shook hands backstage. And yeah, I think tonight the focus is just on getting that, because the fear is that they'll think this is the potential final. Adrian Gray playing a real spoiler role.
What are you expecting from tonight? Do you think we'll get a repeat, or do you think it'll be more like the subdued affair we saw last night?
I don't think it'll be subdued. I don't think we'll see the history. I don't think we'll see too much in it. I just think we'll see fantastic darts, and maybe the best from Nathan Girvan. I got it badly wrong last time in the previous semi-final. He was very lackadaisical in his final group as he saved up all his pent-up energy for this huge game.
Let's see, shall we? The second semi-final is about to get started.
Pins it, last dart in hand, Marvin van Velzen. Only going to get one, but only needs the one. The reaction from Nathan Girvan says it all. He books it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is time to introduce the second set of semi-finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen! And now would you please welcome his opponent to the stage. He's a former PDC World Youth finalist. It's Nathan Girvan!
might bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through.
So then, the second semi-final about to get underway. Marvin van Velzen and Nathan Girvan is his opponent in this one. About to get underway to take on Adrian Gray in tonight's final. Guiding you through the action, I'll hand you back to Glenn, who's alongside Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Murph. And here we go. The favourite before a dart was thrown, and we saw from that walk-on, he is pumped. His fans are pumped. 2 games from glory, but standing in his way, top talent in Nathan Girvan. Yes, he comes into this game off the back of an absolute drubbing, but he's had plenty enough time to get that out of his system. And Glenn, I think this is going to be fireworks. I'm expecting a very good contest here.
Well, I was very critical of Adrian Gray, the way he played in his final game of the round robin. I was very critical of Nathan Girvan's very lackadaisical performance because of the fear of playing the man of the moment in the semi-final. But Nathan, you know, and Adrian Gray certainly proved me wrong. Nathan will now be there'll be no smiles now. And, you know, 24 hours ago he beat Marvin in the Group B campaign.
81.
So he knows how to beat me. Won't fear him when you get to this stage. There won't be an awful lot of nerves on there. Now it's whoever wants it most. And, yeah, this could be the game of the night.
100.
Yeah, and already you said there'll be no smiles. It's all business up there. Both of them steely-faced.
64.
And as much as we've talked about the young guns, the Bradley Brooks, the Nathan Girvans, Marvin van Velden, you know, the first player through is the experienced Adrian Gray. That's what the Modus Super Series does. It creates its own stories, and every time you go to write a conclusion, someone puts a caveat in front of you.
If you're Adrian Gray, who do you want to play in the final?
I genuinely don't think he cares. You know, I think Marvin is the one who's been recognised as the one to beat this week. I just think Adrian Gray, he's in there now. He can have a few darts at the board. He can maybe just thinking, this is where I want to be.
140.
You can hear the game as Adrian Gray in the background. I don't think you'd be sat watching it.
83. Marvin, you require 91.
So, 91. Tops. Marvin van Velzen leads. The favourite is in front. The Marvin Army give him the come on, and he gives it back to him as well.
It's Nathan to 3/3.
Was it just in the eye line and Nathan as well? He's a fiery character as Nathan Girvan. Such an impressive performer is Marvin. You're going to effectively a semi-final. You've got the darts, and you say to yourself, 15 darter. Now, this will feel like a bit more of a freebie, this one. The pressure's on Nathan Girvan because if you go 2-0 down, suddenly it's a big ask. So fascinating to read these players.
42.
And already, is that a mistake? Because Van Velzen is on his coattails.
45.
Kind of got away with it, Glenn.
Oh, he got away with it, but again, the reaction's good from Marv. He's not shaking his head. There's no petulance.
134.
Just a good game between two good players. Started very, very nicely.
And look, after you have been whitewashed, how important is it just to get a leg on the board?
He might not have even see that game as a match. I think the way he just played Bradley, I think he just saw it out. I think he'd be focused on it. He's got the job
96.
done. He's putting all his eggs in one basket in this match, but he's up against someone. When you've got that favourite tag, it can affect you. Dare I say, you're getting better and better.
58. Nathan, you require 133.
So 133.
$77.
Sign of confidence though, Phil. That double 19. Leaves himself a 2-darter. And the decision, I think the reason
Do you go treble 19? Do you go bull? Why, you've asked the question when you're in the form of Marvin van Velzen. That will feel really, really good.
Aggressive but brilliant from Van Velzen. It's a
Marvin
breaker
to
throw.
first.
2-0,
Game
averaging north of 103. Nathan Girvan has questions to answer and needs to find the answers. Otherwise, he will be leaving in the semi-finals.
Very interesting. Just see Nathan looking over. There's a TV screen just at the side of the hockey as well. And he just looked at those averages, raised eyebrows to see that his opponent's averaging over 103.
It's interesting. We see players do that a lot when they come off stage and stuff like that. When you were playing, were you one that wanted to know averages, or did you not care?
I wanted to know, and my manager and my family were like, stop looking. But I found it as a real help, especially if you're not playing well and you can see you're averaging mid-90s, or you're playing well. And it used to answer a lot of questions for me, so I was one of the ones who liked to look. Good return there from Girvan. He's going to have to show all the fight, all the tenacity. That's took him to high heights in the game.
$60.
Whenever he takes his time, remember.
$89.
Leaves a finish, but Girvan could leave something very handy and attack the throw here. Brilliant. What a response from Nathan Girvan.
A very, very enjoyable game, this one. But doesn't he look composed? Doesn't he mean business?
85.
I think if that had gone, there was no way back, because that's like a body blow. He cares. Listen to that come on from Girvan. If you thought he was going to roll over and have his belly tickled by Marvin van Velzen, think again. We're back on throw.
Yeah, someone told me the room I'm in is soundproof. Well, I heard everything about Nathan Girvan there. That was just to remind it to himself and just to let his opponent know. Another player that loves that adrenaline going through the body is Nathan Girvan. This is sat nice.
60. $81.
It's a great first start from Van Velzen.
140.
The crowd are playing their part, but soon as they're throwing a dart, silence.
59.
Again, I feel like I keep asking you things like this, but it's interesting from a player's point of view. Did you prefer stone silence, or did you prefer just a murmuring noise in the background?
Yeah, murmuring noise. The silence is you're waiting for the clink of a glass. The silence is that you're waiting when you're not 100% happy. That's why you see the best darts when the crowds are going crazy. And right now, Nathan Girvan's going crazy. He's really, really got involved in this game now. It was looking one-way traffic. It's far from that now.
Yeah, he's applying the pressure to Van Velzen. And now he has 6 to get level. It is 136. Is not going to go, but he will return. But you just get the impression
58.
That this has to be, I'd say, smaller than that, because the pressure will come from Van Velzen.
Yeah, the pressure will come in, and the treble will frustrate, especially when he sees the treble going there, because 78, he always thinks of 50%. He's going to expect a dart at tops. That is the scenario, so it's 50-50 now. Does it? Or does it not? He's taking his time for the first time. It's tops.
58. Marvin Iroquois, 85.
If this goes, this will hurt.
I'll hold on to the roof. So composed. Biggest start of the match.
Going Sean McForford.
And the Army know it as well. Look, Girvan had the opportunity to get level. Misses. It's now match point Van Velzen. He is a leg away from the final.
Yeah, remember that
Game
moment.
on.
If he does lift that trophy, I think that was a real turning point because Girvan was just on a real hot streak there. He was sat on a double, sat on a finish. He just looked composed. He's got an awful lot of belief. And what was interesting is he wanted to jump up and down. Good stuff. Absolutely love that.
Big fan of that, and it's nice to see Brad in the crowd. To be fair, we've seen them all out in the crowd after they've lost. It's been superb response from all the players here this week.
Yeah, I did see a moment last week with Thomas Banks and Simon Adams. For me, yeah, I think it was my favourite moment in Modus Super Series, barring the littlers and whatever. It was that was superb from Bradley Brooks.
Forget that, Simon Adams is one of the nicest men in the world, period.
45.
Should start downstairs. Needs the treble. He'd have gone upstairs to lead a finish, but that'll do. One treble a visit. That was always my thought process about now. Like I say, the Marvin Army might just be getting involved. I can't really hear and see from that. It's also an indicator which player. I think this answers your question that you asked at the beginning of this leg. Would you rather have a crowd where it's silent because you hear that one voice? And I think right now, Nathan, the frustration of that 85 finish then maximises every single noise that you hear.
I was going to say that if he's 3-1 up, does he not hear those voices?
Definitely not.
100.
I think Marvin just trying to get under the skin of Irvine. Like I said, when they played on Thursday night, there was a bit of something between them. It's brewing.
I'll say it. Needle.
$41. Maybe about 196.
Well, he won't be happy with that. Not many negatives have said about Marvin Van Velzen.
56.
What a moment for the Dutchman.
70.
He has been the player of the week. He's produced 9 darters. He's produced 110 averages. He's been composed and calm tonight. And this is the situation to be. He's going to get a dart. He's going to get a dart to be in the final. It's tops. And no problems whatsoever for Marvin Van Velzen. He is absolutely superb. And the Marvin Army, they've been right behind him. And nothing at all that Nathan Girvan can do about it. He come with a big favourite tag. The expectation of that man in your picture, but he's dealing with it. He thanks his support. But just a quick word there for Nathan Girvan as well. When he arrived on Thursday, I wasn't so sure. He should be happy with the semi-finals. Like I said, I think a couple of things have irritated him there, but I'm sure, like Bradley Brooks, he'll see the positives there. Good numbers, nothing to separate them there. Just look at the finishing prowess of Marvin Van Velzen. 4 from 6, under that high-pressured situation. And we have our final. It's Marvin Van Velzen against Adrian Gray.
So there we have it. Adrian Gray is going to take on Marvin van Velzen in tonight's final. Very different routes to the final, Glenn, but you've been back in van Velzen. He did a good job there, didn't he?
Wasn't he composed? I think he has like a lot of pent-up adrenaline going through his body, but he's managing it very well. And like I said, that word expectation when he comes to an event where he was a bit of an outsider at the beginning of the week, and then he comes into tonight as a favourite, but he's handled every question that he's asked this week. He's had an answer. He's been terrific, but one more to go.
Absolutely. Let's just get confirmation then of all tonight's results and, of course, that final fixture, which will be Gray against Van Velzen. Bradley Brooks, he looked brilliant when he beat Nathan Girvan 4-0 earlier this evening, but he fell in the semi-final to Gray. And Chaz Barstow losing out 4-3 in both matches in the groups as well. If you missed that, Gray going through at his expense and finds himself in the final. We'll start with... Actually, let's start with the players that have gone out. Bradley Brooks... he had the opportunity to get back into the game. We saw a bit of determination, but he's just, he said at the very start of the week, first interview on Monday, hit and miss, and that has kind of shown tonight, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think he's been a little bit better than the hit and miss if I was going to be speaking to him as well. I've seen enough this week to suggest that Bradley Brooks is on the way back. It's tough when you lose your professional card. He's a young player, probably had his life mapped out over the next few years. It hasn't gone back his way, but you know, there's different challenges out there for him now when the Modus Super Series was high in his priority. It hasn't worked out for him, but he ain't a million miles away.
How much credit do you give to Adrian Gray for not just winning that semi-final, but working his way through the Group C and now getting to the final?
I mean, to that final game of the group, he looked just not at the races, and I thought it was going to be one-way traffic. But darts and the Modus Super Series, it just creates conclusion and stories, and it's been about Adrian Gray. He hasn't topped anything tonight. He's just done what he needs to do. A little bit of experience, began to find his scoring boots. I guess it'll be a surprise to many for Adrian Gray, but maybe apart from himself, the fact he's been playing with Rob Cross as well, that might have been good practice coming here. But I still think Van Velzen goes in as a big favourite.
Yeah, really good stuff from him. That match, though, between Van Velzen and Nathan Girvan, we thought it might get a little bit feisty, and it did.
The two fiery characters, I mean, that's, you know, what do you want? You just want a couple of robots playing up there. I was so impressed with this finish. Bigger start of the match. And like I say, right bang in the middle. He's dying to jump up and down there, but he let his supporters do the chanting. That clearly affected Nathan Girvan. He was standing back a couple of times. If you're winning 3-1, you don't hear those noises there. And at the end, I think Nathan said, you know, they put me off. In reality, Marvin has been the best player.
Yeah, there was a bit of afters there, it seemed, wasn't it? As you just said, if you're winning, you don't really hear that. But particularly in this arena, if you've got 10 people with you, they're going to make a difference.
They're going to make a difference, and as the night gets on, they're getting excited. You know, they can see the winning line, and like I said, they're a knowledgeable crowd. And like I said, this feeling and to hit tops there, his opponent sat in tops. You can see why Girvan is disappointed. He's hoping to come back, but like I said, every opportunity he's taken there, he's been very impressive, and I'm sure in the cold light of day, Nathan Girvan will be shaking his hand and wishing him the best for the final.
Yeah, absolutely. Just another word on Van Velzen, though, because I keep saying it. Glenn did pick him at the start of the week, and he just seems to have grown in stature, confidence. I think he's got this sort of aura now of invincibility about him. Would you agree?
Yeah, and it's going to take him on to the development tour where, like I said, I've said throughout the week, he's beaten some top quality players. It's only people like Vessel Nyman who are beating him right now. You know, when you good wins over Thomas Banks, and the future's really, really rosy for him. He's got an excellent crowd. I met them at a European tour this year as well. Things are going very well, but the highlight of his career would be a big win here at the Modus Super Series, and now he's one away.
Right, let's just take a pause from tonight and just show you what's coming up next week here at the Modus Super Series, the 11th week, the penultimate week of qualifying for Champions Week for this series. And we've got some interesting names, including the big sort of headline return of Steve West, who got married today, Glenn, so congratulations to him. I mean, it's not the honeymoon that most new wives would expect, but a week in Portsmouth might be a nice check at the end of it, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's doing a bit of a cheapskate there. So maybe the honeymoon when he comes back, because he's come back from surgery himself with his hip. Steve West is, he is the headline act there, but I see 2 or 3 names there which could rival that as well. Really looking forward to seeing Kachuk play, a Polish player. He's really solid. Can he maintain it through the week? Would be a question there as well. But one name that I always like, Paul Milford, I'm always a big fan of. Gary Stone. I still think he's one of the best players out there. His problem is usually himself. Can he find his form?
Richie Houghton as well. He played really well last time he was here, and he's been fantastic on the seniors circuit. He's going to be a contender, isn't he?
He's been the story of the seniors, and what a nice guy as well. You know, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy in Richie. It's a good week. It's a really, really good week. Very reminiscent of this week. There's no real standout performer. I'm sure West will probably go in his favourite, but you could sort of see the same week, and maybe someone will come through from the back to the front as well in that one.
Back to tonight, I'm just getting word that Marvin van Velzen has won the bull. In fact, 5 bullseyes back-to-back in that bull up there. Everything seems to be falling his way, doesn't it?
It does. Adrian Gray is obviously a softer player, and whenever he wants the 25 and bull, as an opponent, you go up thinking he's got a better chance of winning there. He's not one for reputations, Van Velzen there. Adrian Gray, it does seem that we're talking an awful lot about the Dutchman, and maybe Adrian Gray is just a little reminder, putting his hands up. He's in it. What a story that would be.
Well, it's all about getting through to Champions Week, and we do have a full field of players almost for that Champions Week lineup as well. We'll go through them in a moment. There we go. Tom Sykes, Jim Long, Richard Rowlands, Jimmy Vansky, Neil Duff, Paul Hogan, Adam Paxton, Connor Scott and Thomas Banks, who won last week. Is the winner of tonight going to be among the main contenders there, or do you see someone else standing out?
If it's Marvin, yes. And once again, I'm probably showing disrespect to Adrian there. I think Marvin has the qualities there. I do like Tom Sykes. Connor Scott is the one who should be really now taking it on from there. But Jimmy Vansky, if he can get through and there's no crowd in here and can make that finals night, he could be the interesting one.
I'll tell you what, Vansky and Van Velzen on the same finals, that would make an interesting crowd, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm in the comms as well, so that'll be a little bit of a tongue twister as well. But the players will be thinking about it now. Like we talked about Tom Sykes week 1, he's up for the challenge. Chatting with him recently, it's going to be beauty.
I'm not even going to ask you who you think is going to win. I'll let you get back to comms with Phil Bars. But the final is set and ready to go. It's Adrian Gray against Marvin van Velzen.
And Adrian Gray puts the surprise of all surprises, and the favourite Bradley Brooks is out. And no problems whatsoever for Marvin van Velzen. He is absolutely superb. And the Marvin Army, they've been right behind him.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is time to meet the finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage, from the Netherlands, the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen! And now would you please welcome to the stage his opponent. It's the Conqueror, Adrian Gray!
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow.
And here we go. It is final time at the Modus Super Series. The favourite before a dart was thrown was Marvin van Velzen, and he's now one away. But in his way is Adrian Gray. And we've got Watergate on the table all over again.
Yeah, feels like everybody's having a go at Marvin at the moment, doesn't it? But yeah, a fascinating final. I think a lot of expectation was going to be on this man reaching the final. Maybe not on Monday when he first arrived at the venue, but he's just produced the goods throughout. And that scintillating 9 darter, the incredible 170, the 110, everything that he needed to do this week. Against Adrian Gray, who's had his trials and tribulations this week, I think he'd have been
chuffed to pieces just to get through that game with Chaz Barstow to reach the semi-finals. And I guess maybe the motivation is if he heard me speaking about that game, because we expected one-way traffic against the rampant Bradley Brooks, who was superb in his previous game. That's what darts can do. He's had about 20 minutes to half an hour to go back and get himself ready. And my take on it is body language looks really positive. But he's up against someone whose adrenaline is flowing. A player who's steaming towards that final furlong. A clash of styles, a clash of personalities. But who takes the checkered flag?
In this situation, would you have rather played in semi-final 1 or 2?
1. Yeah, I always like the 1. However, we are talking the best of 7 here. Usually when I've played semi-finals, it's on the back of maybe an hour's game. So it was always good to then go back and give yourself an hour to get ready. I don't think it means an awful lot of difference right now in this best of 7.
But it is a strong start from Marvin van Velzen.
$60. $90.
Can Adrian Gray just keep up with the scoring power of Van Velzen is the way I read this game. Because when it comes down to a finishing, Adrian Gray has been the best player this week. But can he handle that?
I'm not sure he can, if I'm being honest. I think if he can scrap his way down to finishes, he will be in this. But
60.
I don't know if he's got the gears that Van Velzen has right now.
Sensible.
81.
Really set. Old head, young shoulders. He plays so regular darts. But get that winning feeling. This is going to be a major moment. And only 3 weeks away from a potential Champions Week as well.
40.
However, don't let your mind get ahead of yourself. Still got a job to do. Doesn't want to go big here yet. He has decision to make.
No score.
I like it. In the heat of battle, in a final, the clarity of thought there, incredible composure from Marvin van Velzen. And people might say I'm going over the top here, but when there's this much on the line,
you require 40.
Lot of money tonight and a place in Champions Week. Brilliant.
Yeah, split-second decision. You've got to be courageous. He has been all week, but your mind is doing things it hasn't the rest of the week. But his arm is.
Marvin van Velzen.
That was a beautifully thrown last dart there. He takes control, holds his throw.
To throw first.
Can he attack the throw of Adrian Gray?
I feel this leg right here is the biggest leg in the whole match.
45.
Because I'm not sure Adrian Gray can come back from 2-0.
Yeah, the body language of Adrian Gray is so much better. I think he's delighted to get to the final. But maybe tomorrow he'll think, I just wish I'd given absolutely everything. He's got to put everything on the line right now, Adrian. He's got to realise at the back end of the legs, he's the best player this week. Can he get there?
96.
Just needs to give Marvin something to think about, because like so many over the years, I think Marvin is an incredible front runner, and once he's out in front and he's free flowing, you're not going to catch him.
$84.
And already the door is ajar.
60.
Van Velzen is in front on the grey darts. This needs to be 2 treble visit, and it's not going to be. Break opportunity.
81.
He does find that last dart, doesn't he?
$55.
You might have thought this leg was pretty much against him there. However, that treble 20 with his last start. Trebleless visit from Marvin. This is where he normally comes good.
65. Marvin,
This wouldn't surprise me if this goes.
146.
The roof could be about to come off this place.
Well, it'll be the 19's route. Another one of them.
86. Adrian, you require 130.
Remember that love of the bullseye? Apparently they've had an astonishing bullseye to start this match. That last start, if it had gone in the treble, would have given the
41.
opportunity.
Marvin, you require
Marvin's
60.
feeling it. Can you just see the sharp and take a breath there? Because he knows if this goes, he has 1 foot in Champions Week.
40.
It's a rare miss
Adrian,
from
you
Van
require
Velzen.
89.
Adrian Gray.
Did I say a bullseye?
64. Marvin, you require 20.
Just composing himself. We've seen this before, Glenn.
Never misses when he composes. Never misses when he composes, and there's the release.
Marvin Van Velzen.
But he's managing it so well, Phil. He's keeping it inside
Well,
himself.
it's
There's the
Marvin
rare
to join
shout because he knew how important that
Game
double
on.
10 was. I like him.
There is a lot to like about Marvin Van Velzen. He's broken. He now has the darts for 3-0. He has one hand on that trophy.
95.
Yeah, forget the averages now. He's provided all them throughout the week. Now it's just about getting to the 4 legs. But I did write this man off once tonight.
85.
I was delighted when he proved me wrong because I feel like for the first time in my time I've spent a bit of time with Adrian. Good guy.
81.
He's feeling it, you know.
Yeah, look. Probably the biggest game of his
100.
young darting career.
Yeah, you just get the sense this is his life. This is what he wants to do. It'll be a name, I'm sure, that'll be a professional player in the next couple of years. But the Modus Super Series can be that sound foundation.
$100.
So, 19's first, you would assume. Needs the treble.
98.
Gets the treble. Maybe the pace is just not suiting him. It's just about winning the game is what I would say if you could hear me right now.
100.
And Adrian Gray's just beginning
Marvin,
to
you
show
require
signs he's finding the treble.
167.
Yeah, has an opportunity if Van Velzen misses. If Van Velzen misses. Oh my,
142.
grazes the wire.
Adrian, you require 116.
What an attempt. So adept at this type of finish has been Gray. The reason he's shaking his head, maybe what the camera angle can't see there, is now it's so awkward. Look at that. He throws that dart so flat. Can he see enough of that treble? Yeah, what a dart. He's nodding his head. I like that. He's saying, come on, double 18. This has to go. Break a throw potentially.
88.
And he's just the wrong side of the wire. What an effort from Adrian Gray to keep his hopes alive. But now Van Velzen coming back for 3-0. 2 at double 4. Oh, missed.
Adrian, you require 28.
Well, I think he looks a little tight in the shoulders right now.
Game
And what Adrian Gray does is, I have no such problem.
Adrian
Crowd
Gray.
involvement. The Brendan D. Look at him looking at his
Well,
family.
it's
I think there's a
Adrian
bit of
to
belief
throw
coming there and a little bit of tightness
Game
coming
on.
from Marvin. Break a throw too. Back on throw.
Yeah, huge in the context of this final.
140.
Ha
Is Marvin Van Velzen just overthinking this right now?
125.
But every question he's always found an answer. He did look tight when he was going to 3-0 up. He had the problems of the 25 finish last night as well. At 17-4, maybe a different change of strategy on that finish, but back in the treble. Did we doubt him?
100.
There was a bit more pace, a bit more zip about those darts as well.
The confidence is coming out of this man also. It was a real slow burn of a start this game. Beginning to get the average we more expected to see from both.
100. Adrian McCoy, 161.
I think bullseye's a good shout.
57.
The bullseye would have left a 2-darter guaranteed.
So for a level game, 104 for Adrian Gray. Again, the way his dart sits, the grimace. He's done it again, Glenn.
It's a stunner. And there's the obligatory nod of the head as well. Can he execute the double? Of course he can. What is happening? What a week. We had that really tight group A. We had that most amazing Group C where it went right down to the final game. Are we about to see something spectacular? Because all we've spoken about is that man in your picture. A big favourite. He was leading 2-0. Adrian Gray, we've written him off in the semi-final. Did we write him off too soon in this final?
The other thing as well, the celebrations from Adrian Gray, I think may fire Van Velzen up. I think if Van Velzen wins this leg, we'll get a celebration back.
134.
All of a sudden, these two are involved in an absolute battle for the Week 10 title.
60.
A little bit to Dimitri Vandenberg there. A little fist pump there with that 25 at the end.
There's been some response from Van Velzen.
Good response from Gray there. He's nodding his head. The belief is there for Adrian Gray. He is up against someone on the top of his game in this leg. Because after 12 darts, he's down to a double.
Just fill it up. Make the referee think.
He's dictating the pace. That's what he's doing.
145.
Making his opponent. You wait for me. I ain't finished yet. I'm the one with the experience. But Van Velzen says, I'm the one with the talent. Van Velzen, one away.
Marvin Van Velzen responds to Adrian Gray's little comeback. But the Dutchman is now one away from victory. He is on the hill. But it wouldn't be a finals night here at the Super Series unless we had a last leg decider in a final.
There's the aggression coming out. So impressed with Adrian Gray. Just look at Marvin behind him. Look at him. He's itching to get to the hockey. But when he gets there, doesn't he look calm and composed? He wants not taking his eyes off the treble. Look at the reaction. But Adrian Gray says, I ain't out of it yet.
100.
Is that enough, Adrian?
$95.
The nod of the head, the one treble visit, keep it simple. 86 points away from a famous victory. But here comes Adrian Gray.
100.
Outstanding. Superb.
Marvin, you require 86.
Making the Dutchman think. Van is the man.
The Week 10 Modus Super Series
What an
champion,
outstanding week of darts. What a fantastic final. And the realisation from Marvin Van Velzen is just kicking in roundabout now. But let me pay tribute to Adrian Gray. He was a big outsider going into tonight, and he was absolutely brilliant. He put pay to Bradley Brooks, and there was a moment in that final there where he began to believe he could do it. So superb to Adrian Gray. But are we witnessing something very special from Marvin Van Velzen? 93.38, superb throughout, but when he needed it most, boy didn't he look good. And he then joins the party. It's week 10, he's only 3 weeks away from Champions Week as well. He was absolutely superb from the moment he threw his first dart on Monday to the final dart today. Marvin Van Velzen joins his crowd to give them a big thank you. They've played their part. What a story. And another Dutchman into Champions Week. And let's hear what he's about to say. Let's hear from his experience of this week. Marvin Van Velzen is with Phil Bars.
Marvin Van Velzen, congratulations. You are the Week 10 champion. Just sum up, what are the emotions like right now?
I don't know, whatever, man. I'm so happy that the 86, there was full focus, just hit it, and I'm so happy that I take it over the line.
You started off like a train in the final, but Adrian came back at you, pinned you back. What's going through your mind when he makes it 2-all?
No, it definitely was, and then he was coming in, and then it was 2-0, and then was like 2 legs, just 2 legs, and then all the troubles went in. It was all focus, adrenaline. All the guys that with me in here that helped so much.
Look, you had your fans in. The Marvin Army was here. What was it like having them in your corner up on this on the stage?
Now the funniest thing was that I went for dinner this evening, and we were at 3 already, and then out of nowhere, my little brother came in, and also 7 more, like all singing Marvin Army. I didn't know, it was one big surprise, and I already broke down already, and yeah, thanks, man, thanks, all of them.
Look, you were the favourite before a dart was thrown. Was there extra pressure on tonight because you were the favourite?
To be honest, I sometimes it's not likely to be the favourite, but I began on this week as 7th, and I knew, and I was like on top now. So, yeah, I was like, yeah, get through with it.
You are the Week 10 champion, but you've also booked a place in Champions Week. How excited are you to going up against the best of this series?
Yeah, super excited, but also now thinking how I'm going to do it with my job. I got no days left. But no, super excited, and it's not going through me now. It's still unbelievable that I achieved this.
In terms of your young career, was this the biggest game of your career to date because of everything it could open for you as well?
I think it was now, but also a year or two when I played against Clayton, there was already also a very big game. But it's now back to back, just playing very big games, and I'm loving playing those games.
You own this stage. Is Marvin Van Velzen long-term ambition to be a pro? Because we've seen that you've got a fan base, you've got an identity. Is this just the start of what could be a glittering career?
I hope so. I just go on and just try my best, and it's everywhere I go. I just give all my best, and of course I will go to Q school next year. But now just those experiences all helps, and yeah, this is the big crown of my career now.
Well, now it's time to get your hands on that trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your Week 10 champion, Marvin Van Velzen.
What a moment for Marvin Van Velzen. Glenn Durrance alongside me in the studio. And Glenn, I mean, you predicted this may happen, but I didn't expect to see him do it in front of so many of his own fans here in Portsmouth. What an effort. And there we see a lovely moment between himself and his brother.
Yeah, I thought that was fantastic when they arrived today. I thought they were part of the Jimmy Van Ski and the Conor Heenahan crew, so to hear the story. And I met them guys at the Euro Tour as well, and he's an emotional lad, but God, he's got bags of talent. And like I said, talent's one thing. He seems to have all the attributes as well. And when questions were asked by Adrian Gray at the end, he bounced back. A terrific winner.
These kind of moments, we spoke about at the start of the show, this week, last year, Luke Littler got his second series when we saw Thomas Banks sink to his knees. In this moment, this is the biggest thing in his career, isn't it? What does it mean when you actually have that moment where you enjoy your first big victory?
Yeah, I mean, it's the belief. It's all of a sudden I can do it. All them supporters come and he's done it. You can't buy that moment. And what I would say to him is try and remember what's happening right now, because, darts can, come back and bite you on the bottom at any time. But, to have the moment that he's having now, he'll be feeling $1 million. He's no doubt going to go onto social media and he'll see all the photos. But what I would say to him is, knuckle down, write to HR, see if I can get a couple of extra holidays, because I think he becomes a real potential outsider. I say outsider, maybe that's the wrong word. I think it's just become a little bit interesting Champions Week. I've seen enough from him this week where he could do something really dangerous.
A big call, and that was a great line, by the way, wasn't it, when he said about not having enough holidays off work to go to Champions Week. But it brings an interesting point, doesn't it? You're someone who worked through the majority of your career. This is something that dart players have to contend with.
It's not easy. Like I said, you make sacrifices, and I'm sure work will be very accommodating. I'm sure they're very, very proud of him, what they're doing, especially when they see pictures like that. But I don't think you'll be able to take that smile. He's not afraid to ruffle a few feathers as well. We've seen, that little steely determination he's got as well. Big scorer, hell of a finisher. What a week for the lad.
Absolutely, really good stuff. What did you make of the final in general?
I thought I need to give more credit to Adrian Gray. I don't think disrespectful is the right word, but pretty much written him off for the semi-final against Bradley Brooks. I feared a 2-0 down for him. He then found his form. You could see the belief coming through for Adrian Gray, and at one point I was beginning to write me a line for Adrian Gray winning it as well. He surely must see the positive. He's got a holiday next week. He's off to Turkey, so I think he goes off with a bit of belief that his game's in decent shape.
Absolutely. Just a quick word on some of the other players that have been in action this week. Anyone that's leaving with positives? Anyone that's got a lot of work to do?
Not a lot of work to do, but Conor Whitehead stands out for me. I saw how incredibly disappointed he thought he'd done the work. It's just with the Modus Super Series, every game is so important. You go through that as well. Bradley Brooks, I've seen enough from him where he's got to go away and really knuckle down, get back on that practice ball, get back doing those routines that got you to the very top. But it was all about Marvin van Velzen.
Absolutely was. And he joins a good cast list of players for this Champions Week. We did see earlier in the series Tom Sykes win the first week, and then Jim Long win the second week. And there's an interesting stat we've been made aware of, Glenn, that it's all the young uns, all the oldies that are through. Nobody between the ages of 32 and 49 have made it through to that Champions Week. What does that tell us?
Yeah, there's a real beautiful balance. The latest Players' Championships, it feels like it's a young man's game at the moment. I just think there's a real great balance there, and Marvin van Velzen has put himself in the mix. Just two more to go through. Opportunity knocks.
Every time we sit here, whether it's you, Chris Mason, Paul Nicholson, Scott Mitchell, Matthew Egg, whoever it is, Laura Turner, it tends to be said, Neil Duff, Connor Scott, they're the names. Has Van Velzen now put himself alongside them?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, and part of the fact I've been here this week and saw the evolution of him at the Modus Super Series, I'll be watching him. I'm going to be here on Champions Night as well. I hope Marvin is, because that crowd have been fantastic. Look at the smile on his face there. You can't buy that. It might be, it's just that moment there. It's just something, all the hours of practicing, the traveling, the hotels for a moment like that. It was a special moment for him. He becomes a player.
Do you really think he could be lifting that trophy on Champions Night?
It's going to be a big ask. I don't think he goes in with it as a huge favourite, but I've seen enough from him this week where not many people will fancy their chances against him.
Glenn, thanks for your company this week. You got it right. Well done. Big win for Glen Durrant as well as Marvin Van
That's
Velzen.
the biggest shock of the week, I tell you.
Certainly is. Thanks again. Thanks again for watching here at the Modus Super Series. Another spectacular week. Not only did Marvin Van Velzen produce the holy grail of a 9-darter, he's gone and won the whole thing. And there are now only 2 weeks left for qualifying for Champions Week to join Marvin Van Velzen. Week 11, hopefully, it's just as special. See you then.
Long-awaited operation being cancelled, but this will make it feel a bit better. Oh wow!
That is incredible. This would be for 3 top plus checkouts and 3 consecutive legs. This to win the match.
Whether you take away the Q and achievements in Modus Super Series, right for the ball.
Oh my word! How close is that?
That dart shouldn't be a problem for him. Didn't prove to be so. Nor did that one. That's some more fine finishing.